Hey everybody, it's Chanchai. We're doing Akai's Open League. Just started this up, and I'll be hosting today. I'm going to get Setsuna onto the Discord in just a second here. But anyways, I hope everyone's doing really, really well. And yeah, Akai is busy with his family celebrating Chinese New Year. They do the full weekend thing, and it just makes them really, really busy. And there's a lot of stuff they got to catch up on after they do all that. So, wishing Akai really well. And yeah, so you guys got me today, and you got Setsuna. I don't know the leaderboard positions because I don't know the results for Thursday. Um, but yeah, either way, should be fun. And I know after Sunday I was in the lead, but that could have changed. Depends. But there was a lot of, I believe there was probably a match or two in Open League on Tuesday, and then probably 3 of them on Thursday. So that said, we don't really play this for the leaderboard. The leaderboard is a fun detail to know. We play this all for personal growth and for a sense of competitiveness and a lot of fun. So it's going to be good. I'm going to go make sure everybody knows we're here. Alright, and in case Setsuna joins, there you go. Hey J Thor, it is so awesome to have you, and again, thanks for joining into the room right away. Looking forward to playing, and yeah, let me fix the stream info here. That's it. How's everyone's weekend going? I hope you're all doing well. I did end up missing my local's monthly Virtua Fighter tournament. Yesterday I was busy with family for Chinese New Year. VF3TB on Like a Dragon on Super Model Emulator on PC. Awesome. Yes, both of them are very excellent. I've played on Supermodel. I haven't played on Like a Dragon yet, but VF3 on Supermodel is quite gorgeous. So, that said, since you are here, one of the topics I do want to talk. Well, let me try to make sure everybody knows that we are live. Oh, Setsuna's hosting on his own channel. Okay. Okay. Oh, cool. Yeah, he's gonna do. Okay, so Setsuna's gonna do Spanish. Awesome. Wonderful. That's wonderful. So Setsuna's stream is also going off. All right. Let's see. Okay, cool. Setsuna is there. No. All right. Hey there. Is anybody having trouble seeing the lobby? Is it just that it's Super Bowl Sunday and so everyone's kind of away? So that's what's going on. Let's see here. Hey,
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, there we go. All right, Punker's in here. Excellent. And might as well And the break too. You guys go ahead, spar. Let's practice. Excellent. There you are. So, J-Thor, a topic I did want to discuss with our Lao army is how good elbow is. Elbow is really normal elbow, just forward and punch and then guard cancel it. Just so that you can master why it's really good normally. It's really good normally because when you use, it's the fastest mid most characters have. That's number one. And what's strong about a mid is mid attacks are so hard to crush. They're so hard to crush. People can't low punch them. People can't hop kick them. Okay? And so, Xeno Haste, this message is for you too. So, understand how often I use an elbow, okay? Even in a situation where like that, even though he didn't hit me, there's a lot of things that it would have stopped, right? So this is really good by itself. And then you just got to make sure that you defend after, like, if it gets blocked. And then here's the other trick. The truth is, the hardest things to do, to know after doing an elbow is whether they're going to, like, the hardest things to see is to see if they block standing or to see if they just, like, do nothing and you hit with it. That's fine, because in both of those cases, just doing a crouch dash after is pretty good. Crouch dash and defend after is good. What you want to see, though, but what you can look for, if you see them crouching during your elbow, then you can just know that you're gonna have that you can just probably, like, do a mid attack or a throw after that. And, like, Lao can do something like 4P plus K. He could do, like, 6K is really good. You know, he could do, like, a really good mid after that, you know. So here, I saw that he crouched, and so I went for throw. Why does that work? Because actually, if you crouch hit with the elbow, or you get a counter hit like that, and you do the throw, then, like, they can't duck the throw. It is not a fuzzyable situation. So, that's why he had to use throw escape. Like, he used throw escape to avoid getting damage, but like, that throw would have beaten him if he just tried to block. Even if he tried to crouch block. Now, of course, doing, like, an attack is really good. And so what Punker is doing, though, Punker is doing guard throw escape, and that's really good, right? I can't understand what you're saying, but let me say something after, let me listen to you a bit more after I... Alright, what's that, Arya? To swimming? Yeah, you can. Just to swimming, okay? Alright, come back quick though, okay? Good. Good punish. Okay, if John doesn't hit that last hit, you're at an advantage, so generally be prepared to poke back at John after that. Like, whether it's elbow or low punch. If John doesn't complete the guard break of Doom sequence, you should go, like, you should use the small advantage you have. So right now, I caught him delaying because he's got a good habit. He's got a good habit of doing, like, a low guard, preparing, which would, like, to defeat stuff like a throw, but also standing guard to beat some stuff that'll come, like a mid that'll come later. He's kind of doing an improvised fuzzy guard, and so that's kind of why a sweep tends to work, is like it's slow enough that people tend to stand up into the sweep. Knee is good. Lao's knee is actually very good to learn. Understand, though, that at lower levels of play, or at most levels of play, that knee is going to give you a big combo, but that combo is not guaranteed. When your opponent's good at breaking stagger, and on offline, this is one of those cases where the offline stagger is quite a bit easier than the online stagger, but the online stagger is actually not too hard. They just have to be aware that when Lao gets that knee, when Lao gets the knee, it's not like you get guaranteed combo. So just know that, yeah, go for the combo, but But once the opponents start actually breaking the stagger, now understand that you're doing a mix-up with that knee. And it's still a really good knee, but it's a mix-up, not a true combo. Okay? But definitely go for it because it is going to teach you a lot of things. It's one of those things where I don't think it's bad to use that. I think it's really good to use it because I think everybody that fights against Lao needs to, including myself, needs to just work on the stagger break from knee counter hit. And so that knee is an excellent move to use. It's really good to use like when you block, like after blocking a low punch and blocking like decent stuff. Anything that will give you a decent advantage, or like even when you jab, doing that knee is pretty good. It's a pretty good move for Lao. But I do think mastering the elbow is overall stronger. And it sounds dumb. And that's because that stagger, that elbow, gives you this elbow, right? Same reasons. It gives you a lot. It's because everybody else has a stagger, and you want to learn how to deal. I mean, everybody else has an elbow, and you want to learn how to deal with like elbows. Period. You want to understand why they're working and why not, but also for Lao's sake. The hardest thing with Lao for beginners, they instinctively know that Lao's elbow palm is pretty good, but the elbow palm is really bad if you don't hit confirm it. And getting good at using the normal elbow will improve your ability to hit confirm. And it's not exactly even just hit confirm. For me, I'm doing what we call animation checking, which is harder to do. Which is basically like I'm watching during the elbow. I'm watching during this low punch too, to a degree. Alright, very good game, Setsuna. Alright, I can focus on talking.
Okay.
So, with Lao's elbow palm, it's the same with 1KK. 1KK is a weak... I gotta explain to my wife why my daughter went across the street. I'll be right back. Before she yells at my daughter. My daughter's on academic probation, so... Hey, honey? I let Arya go for like 10 minutes. Go to across the street to Abby, but she wants to invite Abby to go swimming. I know, but it's just but yeah. But I told her that she cannot come out. It's just one of those things where Abby was walking and enjoying it. Ready, go! Alright, joys of parenting. Okay. Well, 6pp PKG is really good. It is really good. You need to improve your accuracy of not doing 6pp when somebody when 6p is blocked and when they're just like standing unless you counter hit. So let's go back to what I said earlier about elbow and why I said it's harder to see if somebody gets hit normally because they did nothing. It's harder to see that. It's harder to see when they just stand and block, okay? It's harder to see that. So sometimes you just assume those two cases, and in those two cases I said crouch dashing is actually a really good option for both. Crouch dashing with the understanding that you're going to probably block. Because when you hit normally with your elbow, it's 0 frame. So technically, now at my level of play, when you just normal hit 6p and you see that's what's going to happen, we low punch. But it's really hard to do that. Okay, so what's easy to do? What's easy to see when you do an elbow is somebody low punching because everybody has that generic crouch animation. You can see when you play this game enough, you'll see when people are doing a low punch. You just need to watch for it. You need to train yourself to watch for it while you're attacking. You need to be at the mindset of, I know what my attacks look like, so when I attack, I'm not even looking at my character. I'm just looking at their character. Because I don't need to look at my character. I know what my low punches look like. I know what my elbow looks like. I know what that's going to happen. So I need to be watching my opponent's character. And when you watch your opponent's character, the two easiest things to see, low punch or crouch, right? Crouching. That's the easiest one. Second easiest one is when you get a counter hit. When you see that they're attacking late. When you're like, oh, my attack's going to hit before that. So when you see those two things, it gives you a lot of time to kind of do the next thing, actually. And with Lao, that's when you get good at seeing those two things, then you can hit the punch again. Like, then it's early enough that you can actually go, like, elbow punch into all three. Really powerful. But if you're not doing that, if you're not looking for that, and you do elbow punch, this is why I get a lot of automatic low punches against Lao players that don't do that. I will just go, oh, like, yeah, they didn't get the, like, I already know how this elbow's gonna go. I know that, like, I'm not gonna get hit by it. So I just low punch you guys right away, and I do a mix up right away. So what happens is I do low punch into mid or throw. I do the same exact thing that an elbow counter hit would have done for you, which is I do low punch knowing it's going to hit you, and I just mix up right away. I'm like, oh, they tend to block here, so I'm going to go low punch throw. Oh, they're like, he's still going to try to hit a button, even when I hit him with the low punch after the elbow, but underneath his palm. I'm going to do a mid. So I'm going to low punch mid, or I'm going to low punch throw. Really important skill to use in this game. And so, again, all I need to do is I just need to see, are they crouching when my elbow's coming out? Are they attacking? Those two are easier to see. Everything else, I can just do a crouch dash. I can buffer a crouch dash, and it's pretty good. And this leads into understanding how fuzzy guard works in Virtua Fighter. So when your elbow's blocked, you're -4, and you're standing. If you do a crouch dash, you will duck an immediate throw. And then you do crouch dash into a standing guard, which means you'll duck an immediate throw if they did an immediate throw. And if they did like a mid or a high, you'll stand and block it. Really powerful. Now you've covered most of the good options they have. You will probably lose to a guard break. You will lose to, you can lose to a low. But those two things are kind of doing less. And when the guard breaks happen, it could go more. But the guard breaks is something where, when we get to that, that's where we mix up fuzzy guard with, like, sidestepping. Because sidestepping will deal with the guard break. But don't worry about the guard break yet. Don't worry about guard break when people actually do it, like, a lot to you. It's not, but first, master fuzzy guard. If you master fuzzy guard, you will force people to have to change what they do. Your defense will really force them to do things they kind of want to do less. So it's really and so mastering the basic elbow will improve your ability to fuzzy guard, because you're going to want to learn how to do it. Mastering and also I've talked about Lao's 3 PPK. 3 PPK is another case where you're getting free damage when you whiff punish with it, when you punish opponents with 3 PPK, but you're going to be -4 after it, so you want to fuzzy guard. So you 3 PPK them and fuzzy guard, and then they don't have many options against you after that. They'll have to do a low attack, they'll have to do like a delay throw. They'll have to do things that, like, when you master fuzzy guard, like, you're going to be very annoying in that situation. And then you're gonna be able to kind of understand how to counterplay their counterplay, but you're gonna force them into a counterplay, and that's good. That's an advantage for you. But yeah, getting good with knee is really good. Knee is an attack I recommend Lao players learn just as a beginner, but also understand that it's got it's going to be less good option the higher you go up. The things that make it less good is, one, combo is no longer guaranteed if people break the stagger. However, you get a mix-up game when that happens, and that game is fun, but it is a lower damage mix-up game than the combo you were doing with knee. Two, the thing about knees and kicks, they're really good. They're really good mids, but at some point, the higher up you go, the more you deal with sabakis. The more you deal with, and kicks and knees are the things that, there are more sabakis for kicks and knees than most other types of attacks. So, whether it's Go doing 4-6K, Aoi doing 4K plus G, Leon doing quarter circle back punch, Brad having, like, really good anti-mid kick with his PKG. almost every character has a really good kick sabaki. And so it's good to have a kick to mix up, to deal with, to do some really crazy stuff. But it's also understanding when to switch back into using your good mids that are punches and elbows. Even though they have paris too. But those paris don't give as huge of a damage reward as like a kick sabaki does. So elbow is just lower risk period. Elbow's really good. It's good. It's huge setup potential with very minimal risk. That's the gist. That's what makes elbow really good. Huge potential for mixing up after it, but with very very little risk. And also, it has a defensive value because when you do an elbow, whenever you're +2 or better, your opponent can't low punch you, and your opponent can't hop kick you, right? Eileen can't 9K you if you're using an elbow in frame tight situations. That 9K is not going to hit you. So it's got this aspect to it where it's just good defense by being the good mid attack you stick out when the frame advantage allows it. All right, this will be the last one. Then we're going to go ahead and start the league. Happy Super Bowl Sunday, everybody. We'll start the league after this battle. Sorry we haven't chatted much, Setsuna.
No, you're fine. It's very pleasant to hear you talk about all these things, because then I'm picking up ideas that I hadn't been using for a while, so that's good. I like listening to you talk about VF.
Get to see Avocado Meat TV.
Oh yeah, Avocado Meat came by the Choya room yesterday.
Oh, awesome.
Good. So Avocado Meat is new, I believe. So yes, we are highly encouraging you to keep on. We have weekly stuff that we do. So community, the community itself, speaking about a community, is pretty active. A result of having a smaller community is that we have less drama. I mean, I don't want to say anything about it. It's there, but it's of it.
I would say we have humans have negativity bias. They're going to remember the negatives, right? Yeah. The more people you have in the scene, then it's easier to remember that the negativity that is there, So,
right.
But I would say, but it's also true that like in the case of VF, I think two factors combine, right? One is this is a game that does require a decent amount of time investment to get good at, and so does Tekken, so does all. But in VF's case, there's a strong everybody knows they want to have a good, everybody knows the benefits of having good and fun people to play against, but especially in this game, right? Like, just wanting to win is kind of not enough in this game. And that sounds weird, but in this game kind of forces you to want to just really get good above wanting to just beat people down. So yes, you still want to just beat people down, but you won't get far with that mentality in this game.
Not only that, but the one thing that
we're gonna start the league.
I joined this community about 2 years ago. I was lurking in virtualfighter.com before that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the general idea is that I found people that were building me up so that I could be better and that they could have more fun playing me. So I think that's one of the good things about it.
Absolutely. We'll talk more about it after the league. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck, man.
All right, everybody. We are now into our league battles. And this is gonna be hard because I'm not in the mindset of fighting right now. That's a ring out. Nope, it's not. Alright, worked out well for me. The angle is right. Let's see if I can get my momentum here. Because right now I'm not feeling it here. My brain is not here. Come on, we can do this. Satsuda's good though. Satsuda's so strong. He's usually a favorite to do this, so. My brain is not here right now. I'm trying to do things that don't even exist, so. I think I'm a little worried about like what happened where the one time I do send my daughter to go ahead and talk to the neighbor. My wife comes home, so it's like causes a violation of the rules a bit. Alright, I cannot win this battle. Oh, I'm dead. Good game, good game, good game, good game. Alright, I'll catch up on the chat so I can kind of recover my flow. Though I'm kind of listening to my wife in the laundry room here. So, VF people are different. I do think we're very positive, and I think we like to learn. So, and Avocado Meat TV, thank you very much. Yeah, iFix Machine is an awesome guy. We call him Haya, short for VF Hayato. Okay, Haste. I gotta teach you crouch dash. Crouch dash buffering. Okay, so you don't know crouch dash. That's the reason. That's how he does the wall standing kick. I'll teach it to you later. It's really important. Crouch dash buffering, if you buffer a crouch dash, it's only one frame execution. And that's buffer. Manually, of course, it's going to have time. Very good. Alright, Volcano, here we go. That's good. Oh! Alright, good, good, good. Oh, I was able to get through that round. Yeah. So in VF, you can crouch dash. So this is important about I need to teach you buffering, I think, because I don't know if you know buffering. Alright, good game, Volcano Shed. Good game. Yeah, so he did a crouch dash into a neutral kick to do that wall rising kick. So the crouch dash, 3-3, right? Now there are two ways to input crouch dash. You can do 3-5-3, double tapping 3, which is down forward, or squiggling, especially on stick. I love doing this. Hit the stick into the corner, pull it so that it barely touches the down direction, and then put it back in the down forward. So 3-2-3. 3-2-3 is for me, is a really comfortable way to do it on player 1 side. Player 2 side, I like to do 3-5-3. Is there a difference in using these? Yes, there is. For Lao, you want to get good at both. Lao uses both methods of crouch dash. And that's because he has 3-3-P. And because of that, if you want to do, like, let's say, crouch dash from crouch 3P, then you would have to do 3-2-3-P to do that one. So you'd have access to two different moves. But Lao really wants to get good at doing both 3-2-3 and 3-5-3. So two different ways to do input crouch dashes. And Lao wants to do both of them. So practice both. Okay, that was punishable there. Alright. Thank you very much, Zaytuki. Good round. Alright. Let's see here. Number one advice for... Oh, there he goes. I was going to say number one advice for Zaytuki is actually to throw more. But knowing where to do it. So where to do it. Notice how like after this side kick, I'll do ECD. You're supposed to block the side kick, throw. That would beat this ECD. Very good round. Good round, Zaytuki. Good round. Good round. Alright, here we go. Alright, thank you for the battle, Zaytuki. There's no open swim today? Okay. Sorry, I thought there was. Sorry about that. Alright, here we go, Punker. Let's go. Okay, good, good. So this is, again, a high attack that I know is there, so I can do 4P safely right here. So you punish those. Punishing loose highs is really important in this game. So that's where, again, this is where the elbow was really powerful here, right? He tried to crush. Good. Very good. I'm not getting the hops that I want. Hands are feeling a little... Let's do this. Let's do this. I'm gonna lose here. Nice. That was such a beautiful opening. He's like outplaying me this whole round. Yeah. Okay. Beautiful. Jeez. Of course. Really awesome battle. Really awesome battle. I didn't account for that wall hit messing up that combo. But that was a really good game. Really good game, Punker. Worked out really well. I do need to accommodate for that wall hit. So that was an excellent battle. So it really didn't look to me like that wall hit was gonna happen. And it's like boom. It's like crap. But that's where it goes. Then we had an amazing options. Like your choices were really really good. Especially and then that second round was third round. So there it is. That's the elbow. Yep. You gotta be accurate with your elbow. Good. Right there. Same thing with the low kick. The problem with that low kick, if it's not a counter hit. Alright, this is me being cheesy there. I cheesed my way out of that situation because I forced you in the side turn, which is a weird situation for you. Alright, here we go. A little slow. I need to be faster. Let's do this. Really good setup. Really good setup. Good. That should be guaranteed down. No. So this forced side turn is what's getting you here. If I hit you with this swipe here, you're forced into a side turn. You need to crouch guard. Not fully crouch guard, like it's crouch guard into standing guard is what it is, but... Excellent round, J Thor. Alright, very fun battle, J Thor. Very fun. You had a lot of good stuff in there. It is tighter. Excellent stuff. Excellent stuff. I am having trouble analyzing right now. But then I've got that neighbor who loves to... You kept yourself under control. The pacing was really good. It's really, really good. Like, that pacing felt very, very good. Congratulations, Satsuna. Getting first on a very clean 5-0. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I have one of those neighbors who has a big truck and he likes to, like, start it up really loud, like, even at 6 in the morning. But, I don't know. He loves to make an announcement when he leaves. It's kind of, but otherwise, he's a fine guy. But it's just interesting. Alright, congratulations Setsuna, congratulations Punker. That was excellent. Hey Setsuna, congratulations. That was an excellent league battle.
It was very good games.
Very good games. And happy Lunar New Year. Happy Chinese New Year, Akai. Let's see. So, gosh, that finished pretty early. We might start the next one in 20 minutes at 12 o'clock. But we're going to practice in time. I think I'm going to have fun playing Lao for the moment. I don't have that great of a Lao. I don't know if my brain can handle Lao right now. I feel very distracted, but I'm also enjoying the battles very much.
Yeah, we have a good crowd here. Volcano Shed has got a fantastic defense going on right now.
Yeah.
He was fighting yesterday, so yeah, definitely. Let's see if Avocado Meat is trying to join as well.
Yep.
Silverbolt is here.
Yep, really good to have Silverbolt in the room. Is Vanessa a bad character used for a beginner? That's a complicated question. It's a complicated answer. Vanessa's a fine character, but the challenge is there is a tendency as a beginner to pick the moves with her that makes you avoid learning core Virtua Fighter. She's kind of a contra character, right? She's a character that does undermine the usual game plans in Virtua Fighter. But she is very good at using the core game plans in Virtua Fighter 2 also. But as a beginner, when you play her, you're going to be drawn to the things about her that aren't actually as optimal and aren't necessarily the strongest, but they win you a lot of situations, so you feel secure winning a lot of situations. But then that just kind of can postpone you learning the core situations everybody else has to learn. Not everyone else, but like out of 19 characters, 15 characters really want to focus on the fundamentals. Then they play Vanessa, and she kind of counters the fundamentals. So Jackie is a really good character to learn at the start. Really, one of the strongest characters in the game. Sarah, I find to be really good at teaching you, because if you don't play the core fundamentals, like, you're at high risk territory with Sarah. You can do high reward still, but you're gonna be like eating a lot of damage when you basically don't learn how to play moral, right? Now, I'm not saying you have to always play moral. VF is a paper, rock, scissors game. It's really important to understand. It is a game where you do want to counter stuff. The problem with Vanessa is that when you play a lot of other fighting games, attack and defend is kind of your main things that you do. When you play Virtua Fighter, attack, defend, and throw are what you do. Throwing is stronger in this game than in most other games. And Vanessa has a really good throw game, so this is the irony. So where am I getting at this? When you play a lot of other fighting games, you want to learn spacing, attacking, and defense. Okay, that's kind of what you do. Throwing kind of sucks in most fighting games. In Virtua Fighter, throwing is really good. It can do as much damage as a combo. And when people guard in this game, throwing just is what you do against them. When people step, throwing is what you do in this game against them. So, okay, if Vanessa's got good throws, what's the problem? The hard part with Vanessa is she's got a lot of good options where she can attack from a disadvantage, and there are times to do that with everyone, but with Vanessa, a lot of players end up just attacking, and they try to solve all their problems with attack, and they have really hard time seeing that if their opponent is blocking, simply just throwing would have been strong, right? Or they're doing this attack that might win against a lot of pokes when the opponent is not being frame tight, okay? Or even when they are being frame tight, but Vanessa's not getting like a lot for it. She's getting a little damage for disrupting. They're falling in love with her disruptive attacks. But when you learn the normal flow of VF, or when you learn like the moral flow, the frame, how to play according to frames instead of running away from doing the frames, then, or just learning that if I've got advantage, I can do a big launcher. I don't need to do this attack that will work when I'm minus also. And then when you're minus, you also want to learn how good blocking is. When you correctly block. When you block an attack, you get quite a bit, and how to use it. Especially you get stuff like throw or other options. You don't get guarantees, but you get choices. With Vanessa, a lot of beginners fall into the trap of wanting to overuse the disruptive attacks, like in every situation. And then they start feeling like, I don't understand why other people are doing all this big damage against me and I'm not doing big damage. And that's because they're using the disruptive attacks that were designed to counter the basic flow, but wasn't really going to reward her for it, because that would be kind of a broken character. So, Vanessa is a very good character. She's actually a technical character, and it is fine to learn her. If you have in VF, you should play the character you really want to play. It's like, have fun. I totally forgot that was loud and that was my turn. That's okay. But yeah. Yes.
Honestly, if you want to talk about like that, I think you're going to think about what she was being designed to do, which is kind of give Virtua Fighter players, back in the day of VF4 Evo, give them an option to not really have to play moral. or be flowy in that kind of sense where you might not be you might know how to play the game,
Yeah.
but you wanna play a different style of VF.
That's exactly
which is something that she was 100% designed to do. So
Yeah.
I think yes, she would be a great beginner character as well. But the thing that I think Chancha is always a very heavy promoter of is pick a character that you want to play,
Mhm.
and then when you reach plateaus, you should fall back on a pocket character that their win situation is very different from your original character's win situation. So if you're picking Vanessa, maybe you want to pick a Sarah or a Jeffrey in order to counteract that and learn how to play VF for VF's sake, right?
Yeah.
Jeffrey is a very moral heavy character, so if you're playing the actual Virtua Fighter game, you're going to get rewarded.
Right. So
yeah, definitely a good mix of things, and Cha-Cha is very right at pushing people to do that.
Well, it's just, I mean, for me, I do advocate play the character that you're going to have fun with, because it's not, if the game is not fun for you, then it's not fun. And so I am advocating where it's like, yeah, play the character you do want. I'm just talking about, but when it comes to Vanessa, it's because I think over the past 3 years, watching how many times people run into that trap, where they're like, offense stance doesn't make sense to me, and then all the strong players are like, offense stance is our best stance, right? And it doesn't make sense to someone who is having trouble seeing why they should throw, right? And now I'm just saying, okay, Vanessa's awesome, play her if you want, but also understand this is, I'll talk about all the different character challenges, right? Every character's gonna have a challenge because they're wonderfully built. Vanessa is an amazing character, by the way. So the thing is learning how throw is good, learning the core VF, understand why your opponents feel like they have to do boxing, right? It's similar to like Lei Fei players, right? Lei Fei is really strong. He's like the Eddie Gordo of this game because he's very knowledge checking. He's a very stance based character, and so Lei Fei is a lot of fun. And you get to impose your will in a certain way with like his with the situations he forces. So it's awesome. And your opponent needs to learn how to deal with them or understand them very much so, and play very much Lei Fei, or play understanding Lei Fei's game. But then you also have people going like, then you have Lei Fei players that feel like jab elbow throw is high risk to them, and it's like, no, jab elbow throw is the most low risk way to play this game. But again, it feels different because when you play, but that's just the challenge of learning. But when they learn how to do it with Lei Fei, I think it's amazing. But it pulls a lot of them out of their comfort zone, and it sometimes takes learning another character to see how to do it with Lei Fei, because Lei Fei actually is very good at doing those things too. But you will kind of like just opt to use some of his other stances less when you learn that. With Vanessa, learning offense stance will be a way to teach you how to get good at the core VF game, because it's very strong at that. And so yeah, it's all part of character design, right? Kage, like for example, technically, I think Kage is a fine character to start with, but Kage is a bit technical. To maximize damage, Kage has to do some difficult things. But once they do those things, they actually get quite a lot, and Kage will teach you a lot of situations. Kage is really good at crushing, but at the same time, at a lower level of play, it's going to be harder to get those wins with Kage too, except for the more tricky things, which are good for Kage, like crushing people that low punch with up forward kicking guard, or crushing people's high punches with 3 PP. But then also just applying frames accordingly with a Kage is really powerful, and then learning how to fight people that are good at frames too. Yeah. You've been trying to mostly use offense stance when you develop a read. It's a very interesting, it's a really interesting take for that too. But yeah. So, I do think offense stance, I do think is strong though. It's just understanding the general application of the frames with like, when you have this amount of advantage, use this mid or throw, right? When you have, and then her tackle's also really good. And then she has like crazy strong sweep. If you can like hit that into the tackle. Her tackle's really strong. It's annoying as hell. For a strong player, it's annoying. It's really powerful. Jeffrey is good. Jeffrey, the hardest thing that Jeffrey has to deal with is people that get really strong at defense, especially guard throw, escape forward, and then later on evade, crouch dash, evade to his front, crouch dash, cancel, is really powerful against Jeffrey. But that's more advanced. Jeffrey does teach you strong fundamentals. He teaches you how to use string pressure, actually, in a way that's much more, like, you want to be more thoughtful with it, but it's pretty powerful if your opponent guesses wrong. And then, but his core, he's got good throws. I guess nowadays I hesitate to say that he has amazing throws, actually, but he does have good throws, and his wall pressure is pretty scary. His ring out pressure can be scary. And at the advanced level, he actually has a lot of fun stuff for the higher level play, in my opinion. That he can, like, the more you understand the game, Jeffrey has interesting challenges, but they're really cool stuff that you can try to punish. You can try to outplay people that like to fuzzy guard and do advanced option selects. He's a good Yomi character, but I will also say that Jeffrey. At the lower levels of play, he will teach you a lot of good stuff. At the intermediate level plays, he'll teach you a lot of good stuff. At the highest levels of play, he's a good character, but he has a lot of challenges because you're doing a lot of. Yeah.
That was a good throw punish.
Yeah, Jeffrey really will teach you a lot of good fundamentals. I think Wolf teaches you a lot too, though it's also challenging because I think Wolf is actually a really cool character to learn. Actually, that said, he has like the smallest move list for low attacks in the game, and that's fine because low attacks are not what you focus on as much in VF, and his lows are good. They're just not many, but when you learn how to use them, it's pretty cool. I think Sarah really. Again, I like to teach with Sarah because it teaches you to play the way that everyone's going to want to play as a base level, But you got to be really, and you want to be really good at it because you're going to eat a lot of damage if you don't. But she dishes a good amount of damage too, right? But yeah. That said, if you really want to play Vanessa, totally play Vanessa. And we're gonna do our best to help you get strong. And if we see something that's like missing, we'll try. I've had enough experience working with Vanessa players now that I think there's a lot of fun stuff to do there. And then there's a lot of Vanessa players that are so good in the scene now that you have a good resource for playing Vanessa. If that's the character you want to play, totally should. The caution sounds scary, but it's not the worst caution. It's just more of it's like, understand you want to learn how to throw. I'll just say that. Start with understand learning why you should throw is actually probably would help fix a lot of problems that some Vanessa players had when learning VF, because they were relying too much on some of the attacks to win, and that narrowed their thinking about how to win situations. And if you can, challenge yourself to just keep working on your defense also, and challenge yourself to know where you should throw. Like, try hard to get good at throwing, and then you'll naturally get good at attacking as well. And so I think that's really not much of a problem to do. It's just this game is a lot of developing a lot of these skills. but also understanding when you should throw and why will fix that problem. About a lot of times a lot of the things that I saw that the Vanessa players were having trouble seeing was why throwing was good, and why everyone was saying she has an awesome throw game, you know. And it's because when you try to solve your problems with just the hammer, you know, you might not use the other tools as much. And so yeah. And we got Hot Sauce Nelly in the chat, and Hot Sauce Nelly is like the best Vanessa player in the West, in the North America for sure, in my opinion. So yeah. And we got Blurring here. You got Nala Strabe. You got Silverbolt. So you got a whole army backing you if you learn Vanessa. That's a good habit to have. Yeah, that's a really good habit to have. I mean, here's the basic advice on throws, right? Throwing is bad if you're at a disadvantage, but throwing is a really, really good option in this game when you have advantage. But specifically, whenever you think your opponent's going to block or you think they're going to sidestep, throwing is one of the first really good answers of many. But throwing is a really good answer. And throwing, when you throw your opponent a lot, even if they hit you, you are conditioning them to want to attack more. And that's not a bad thing, because that sets them up for getting counter hit and launched pretty badly. So we'll do one more battle. So I'm in here again. I'm going to do the break thing. You guys play, and I'm going to switch my character before I get screwed up on that. Good to see everyone. Also, hope everybody's, this is going to be one of the busiest Super Bowl Sundays in a while, you know. We've got so many demographics watching NFL right now. I think it's been 10 years since people were talking about concussions. So, you know, so. But Avocado, okay, important thing to learn in Virtua Fighter again. Throwing is really important in this game, and if your opponent escapes your throw, that's not bad. It actually means that you were correct in doing a throw. They just guessed the correct throw. But throwing itself is really good, and you use it to assault your opponent's decision to defend. Now attacks beat throw, and then defense deals with attack. So that's a paper, rock, scissors game, and it's really, really important to know that that is a really strong paper, rock, scissors game that this game is built on. Aside from that, why are people not like? Notice how when people do low attacks in this game, it's like the chip damage of this game. Low attacks don't do all that much usually. Sometimes they do. But they are good at disrupting the opponent. But notice how the opponent can often attack the person that did the low attack. And that's because most of the time low attack is going to leave you at a disadvantage. And low attack is just there to kind of chip away at your opponent. But it's not like the big threat. The big mix-up in this game are kind of usually some big mid-attack launcher versus a throw. Okay, that's the core mix-up of Virtua Fighter. Attack and throw. Mid-attack and throw. That's the core. There's many other mix-ups you can design in your character's move list. But the most basic, most important one to understand is that one. And I think you know why mid-attacks are good in the 3D fighter, because mid-attacks can't really be are like hard to crush. Yeah. But this game does have advanced movement. The sidestepping, it's important to understand that the sidestepping in this game is very different from a Tekken sidestep. You want to think of it as an alternative to guard. It's like a very targeted Yomi guard. It's like a guard where you're like, I think they're going to do a bigger attack. They're not going to do a small attack. I think they're going to do a big attack. Then evade is really strong. if you're not sure if they're going to attack or throw you, then a guard throw escape, meaning guarding while holding a throw escape, is really strong. Because in this game, think of the throw escape as denying throws, denying certain throws. All right, we're going to start now. Good luck, everybody.
Yes.
I will talk to you soon, Setsuna. We will chat more. So,
All right, for sure, for sure.
all right, good luck, everyone. Let's have a fun league battle. All right, Zaytigi, here we go. Nelly made a really good point, and that is something that's been true in all Virtua Fighter games. I'll talk about it, but it is the biggest advice for beginners is how to throw, because it is scary. It is scary because it's throwing is scary because attack beats it. But that's true for like most Virtua Fighter games outside of Virtua Fighter 5 Vanilla and VF5R. Oh, that's good, Zaytigi. I'm still feeling really... Yep, I deserve that. He's not gonna... Okay. That's good. Beautiful. See, that throw was perfect. My brain. Good round. Good round, Zaytigi. That was brilliant. Alright, wonderful battle, Zaytigi. Wonderful battle. Yeah, so attack always beating throw is... I love it, but it is, yes, coming from other fighting games, it is unintuitive. But, you know... And, yeah, in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, you know, grappling is a very scary thing. Oh, it feels very intuitive. It does feel intuitive to me, you're right. Okay, you were agreeing. Yeah. But, yes, coming from some other fighters is where it becomes unintuitive. But, yeah, to me, attack beating throw is a good system choice, right? But I think for some people, they'll think of it a little differently. That's why, you know, but that's also why UFC games are... games with like a grappling system is a little different how they handle it too, because specifically like if you're doing with like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, you gotta specifically stop somebody with a technique to stop them from grappling you in a one-on-one fight in real life. But I like in Virtua Fighter that it's just flat out, no, if you try to grapple me, I'm gonna uppercut your chin, you know, kind of idea. Very cool. Well, so Nelly, here's the thing. I think in the other VF games, throwing is still a scary... It's still scary. in the other VF games when we're not like when we're talking about VF4 series, right? But here's the thing that happens. The thing that happens with in the other VF games is you're like almost never in close range. You're like at many levels of play, you're just not in throw range. And in this game, a lot of beginners have to learn how to be in throw range to throw. Okay, and so, but in this game, we are more comfortable fighting up close. That's why attack beating throw is very scary for the thrower in this game. This game, I think, successfully has the players fighting up close a lot more. But when you play the other VF, but naturally when beginners play, they try to stay out of throw range. So that's number one reason why also. So they'll feel more comfortable with throw when that happens, if because they're not feeling like they're getting blown up for throw as much. And so, but it is very scary as a beginner. How do I throw? And so I'll tell you, I will give you a piece of advice on how to get more comfortable with throwing. So a situation where it's more common to do this decision making, it's easier when you block a beefy attack from your opponent, like this side kick, right? You block it, it would feel more natural to throw in that situation because after you block that big side kick, he's in your face, he's in throw range. You don't feel like you're going to whiff the throw. There's two big insecurities people feel when they throw in Virtua Fighter when they're learning the game. Number one, that attack beats throw. Number two, that they're going to whiff because they're too far apart. So throwing your opponent after you block something like a side kick is a little more. Yeah, in this game, throw is 10 frames. It's faster than attacks. Yeah. I see. Good. Library's not here today. This is hard. What, J-Thor's controller? Okay, I need to not think about J-Thor's controller right now, but I will ask him later. Oh, so scrappy. Good game, so scrappy. Okay, so let's see what's going on with J-Thor's controller.
What a knucklehead.
Okay, but you're using a GP2040 controller, okay. I hope it's not PS5 updating, but yeah. Let's see. Yeah, so basically what number says is a huge tip. If you're having trouble throwing somebody, it's actually in this game. Watch for people stepping is actually probably the biggest opportunity to throw people. It's a very consistent one too, and it's one that the person sidestepping has a harder time adjusting to a lot of time. A lot of time they're not thinking like, "Oh, I should have not stepped there." So, speaking from firsthand experience. Very good, very good. Good game, Jthar. Very good game. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, really good round pump there. Thank you for the battle, Punker. Yeah, failed and successful evade's a good topic. I think right now, we get there when we get there. Only because right now I don't know if that's what they were curious about yet. But yeah, it's a huge... thank you very much. I still don't like calling it a 33% chance. Just like I still don't like calling it a 50-50. Your opponent's not 50-50, and your opponent is not splitting between three choices evenly. There's almost always something they really want to do more than the other options. And so, by looking at it as odds, but it is true. Vanessa's low throw gives me a hard time because she is splitting those. Because a lot of Vanessa players will split that. Actually, they don't. Blurring tends to like to do down. Certain players like to do down back. Certain players like to do down forward. But the tackle really does feel like a 33 because that one everyone keeps just random feels like they're randomly mixing that one, and that is a hard choice to break for me. Though I think with but I know some people told me just break like the high damage one. I was like, okay, and that's actually true. That's actually that's actually why they're not 50-50, 33-33 is because the damage difference means different weight. But yeah. But yeah, I think that even in I like the lazy throw escape system, and for a lot of reasons that I've explained before. I need to focus on my fight, but really, it's because it encourages the up close fighting more, instead of the whole we're just gonna we're just not gonna stay close because we're afraid of being thrown once our throw escape window's done, which is what happens in previous VF games. Which is like we're always playing this down back game. And that's because we're doing this a lot in previous VF games because once we only want to be throw vulnerable for that time window that we're doing the throw escape, and then we want to not be vulnerable to throw. I do need to teach Volcano Shed this situation more. Oh, so brilliant! Now I got punished for the 1K now. Really good round, Volcano Shed. Really good round. Okay, let's do this. Alright, I want to read this stuff now. Good game, good game. Good game, Volcano Shed. So scary, because my brain is...
Forgot to train, eh?
So, that's following a linear logic, but with the multiple throw escapes, and then with the throws that you really want to focus on, that changes things, and then there's also what your opponent really likes to do. But then again, I do like that Kage had straight down throw, right? And Leon had up forward throw, to just increase the odds of landing the throw at the expense of damage.
I'll show you what comeback's
Yeah.
all about.
Alright, Silverbolt, here we go.
Round one. Ready,
That's it. That's it. Just wait for the low. It's so good. It always works against my Leon. Alright, let's do this. Good round, good round. Too slow. I'm just not that fast today, okay? I need to think about my options because of this. Because today... Strong, just confident. That was a good setup. Really smart plays. I like how clever Silverbolt's being with stuff. Just using what they know about me. Good game, good game. There's a lot of clever setups. A lot of clever setups. Just like, I'm going to do this, this, and then Chanchai will do this, so I will punish that. Excellent stuff.
I want a serious fight.
Alright. Good games, everyone. It was a fun league battle number 2. Sorry, my Discord's acting really weird. Yeah, just give me speakerphone.
No.
Alright, okay, I can hear you now. Cool. Alright, very good battle. That was a lot of fun. Congratulations, Volcano Shed and Punker. That was a very nerve-wracking league battle for me, to be honest. So, like, I feel like there are moments I got it, but there are moments where I'm feeling really fuzzy in my mind right now. So, that was very nerve-wracking for me. That said, lots of awesome chat in the Twitch chat. I'm loving that very much. That might be contributing, but I don't mind because I love the conversation everyone's having. So, you know, Nelly is not a fan of or doesn't like as much the lazy throw escape. You know, they were expressing the throws as in the odds terms. You know, like 33%. And for me, I don't see it as 33%. If I fight Setsuna, I know that he likes to do back throw, you know. But then at the same time, I want to guess. I want to use that as a Yomi point for guessing when he's going to go forward, you know. Because that's the hard part. That's the game that we're playing. But if anybody has ever fought Own Jeff, if you fight Own Jeff enough times, their throw escape game is ridiculous. Like, their ability to read people's throw patterns is nuts. It's really nuts. It's really scary. It makes you so afraid to throw that person. You know? But you still have to. And you still know, well, we'll just fight the situation after a throw escape if it comes down to it. But Own Jeff is a player who can really read throws really well if they play you enough. Like, it is so scary. It is so scary. You know, like I know really insanely strong players that also just feel the same way. They're just like, I cannot throw the guy. Like he will guess the throw like almost every time. I don't know how he does it. You know, so
Round one. Ready, go!
It's a lot of luck, I think, also as well.
could be. I don't know. When you fight it enough and you deal with it enough. Again, of course, the group that's playing is also a group that plays him a lot. So this is also someone where they know your game a little more intimately, you know. So it's like, but oh, it's so scary. But that's also his skill set too. He's got good. He has good pattern recognition, and I've seen him come up with good Yomi plans, like good ways to counter like like people's sequences on that. That's always been one of his strong suits. There are things that are like, you know, that offset that strength, but it's always fun and impressive watching his watching how he applies Yomi, you know. So. But that's what I love with this game is feeling free to do. There are people that are strong at Yomi. There are people that are strong at conditioning. There are people that are just hard to crack, right? And then there are people that just they whiff punish things you wish you could whiff punish, you know. There's lots of cool different skills and lots of different types of players that I fought in this game. And it's so like the character is only a part of it, but like it's the player that is so much the big thing, and that's why I love Virtua Fighter. And that's why I think the game gives you a lot of decision space. Everyone knows I'm having a lot of fun playing Tekken 8, and I'm not good at Tekken 8, but I enjoy playing it. But there's a lot of like it's a very strong linear progression of figuring out what you can't do, you know, and what you can or what you have to do, and that before you can get into a little bit more of a free flow. And even then, the free flow feels a lot more limited because there's so much knowledge checking before you can get like there's like so much amount of knowledge checking before you can get to that more free flow, you know. But it is fun when you get there, and so. But I'm not there in Tekken. Right now I'm still in very basic knowledge checking. But when you're playing VF, you can be very free flow in this game. But that's also why it can be confusing for a beginner to know how to improve in this game. Is sometimes they're lesser. I mean, some stuff are clear. Like learn how to do big damage is one easy way to go forward. But then the nuance of combat becomes a little different. It becomes a little harder to see because it's so rapid and a lot of different exchanges happen. So, but that's what I love about VF is how improvisational. Like, this game can be very expressive, and actually, I think it's very expressive from the start. You know. Um, yeah. A lot of us are stubborn in different ways. I'm very stubborn because I insist on playing certain games like a lot, right? But yeah. Let's see. But it's Chinese New Year, and this year, you know, I am loving the improvement I've been having in my own VF game over the last few months. Though this month, of course, has more been kind of a break on VF, but it's been having a lot of fun. I I do think that Tekken 8 is my favorite of the Tekken games, you know. But it is very aggressive, and which I like, but which is where a lot of my friends that are more traditional Tekken fans are. They're like they're guarded. They're kind of like they're a lot of times they're just saying I don't know how I feel about it because they don't like heat engages how they don't like that by using the heat engage attack like it's gonna use the heat right away, right? They're gonna get into if they successfully hit with it, they're gonna be into heat, but it's a big factor. I think maybe after 9 months we'll see if the insane amount of defensive play gets to a level to where the life regain becomes really powerful. Yeah, so when it comes to aggressive meters, I like that. Like I like Street Fighter 6 having the I don't want VF to have these type of meters, but when it comes to Street Fighter 6, I like the drive gauge and I like the heat system in Tekken because they are pushing the player to be more aggressive. They are a spendable resource. They're a resource that you start with at max and then you decide how to use it in the match. And but I really like that Street Fighter 6 makes it really risk reward because if you misuse the heat gauge in Street Fighter 6, you're screwed. Like it's really hard. So you don't want to misuse it. You want to use it just right, and you want to make good guesses. So you're betting, and so the relationship with risk reward on the drive gauge is awesome. I think in Street Fighter 6. I don't play Street Fighter 6, but I think conceptually that resource is cool. For Tekken, it's not that crazy risk reward. It is you're gonna have kind of a Super Saiyan mode. Not really Super Saiyan. It's more like a Kaioken. You're gonna have a Kaioken mode for like a little bit, and you can decide how you're gonna use that. And that's kind of what that is in Tekken's heat system. So it's like Goku, going to Kaioken back in the days where the power level seemed so high back then and seems so low now. but the Kaioken was kind of like Goku could only sustain it so long. It's like Super Saiyan 3, but it's not that overpowered, right? Kaioken was like his body would burn up by using it. Well, that doesn't happen in Tekken, but what it does mean is you only have it for this moment, and then now you have to deal with your opponent having that resource. So it makes you really want to be aggressive in Tekken. It makes you want to not just sit on guard all day when you've triggered it, though you still can. Yeah. I didn't get to know Wei-In too well, but that sounds awesome. I am glad to hear that Master Po did not in fact retire. Someone had told me that he had quit VF and VFDC. He's still active on there. So, I'm kind of glad Master Po's still there. Yeah. Anyhow, we've talked enough about Tekken. Welcome, Matthew. Matthew, welcome to the group. Good to have you here, man. And I think you're the person that's been chatting with us. So I hope you enjoy. Oh, very nice. I've never played Master Po ever. So, I'll play a couple. Oh, that's Last Monk is Master Po? Okay, I think I had fun playing him in Final Showdown then. Cool. That sounds very familiar. But Master Po's commitment in writing is always fun. I'm glad he's in our community. People used to say that about me, and they still do. So, but he's probably the only person who writes longer posts than I do. Awesome. All right, Zaytigi, let's see how this goes. Very nice. I see. Very fun first round. Very fun, Brad. Very fun, Brad.
Round 2. Ready?
Oh no, is my speakerphone not on? Because I heard Setsuna, but I didn't hear him talk. I heard...
No, I haven't been talking.
Okay,
I'm
alright.
just listening.
I mean what I said though about in the league battles today, I feel nervous as hell. Nervous as hell. Might not sound like it, but I am because You know, there are days when you feel super sharp. And there are days, today is a day where I feel like I make some good decisions, but um, but like, uh, I feel like I can be sharp during the breaks, but during the league battle, I'm feeling like my hands are a step behind my brain. And then my brain is a little distracted, so that I'm like, man, and then I have to dig really deep to try to come up with something that'll work. And I think you sensed it when we fought, because I think you felt some weird YOLO moments from me, you know. Um, and then you also, I think you saw when I would kind of like slow down a bit too. I'm just like, this is, but it's good training, because this is actually. There are days when I go into a tournament feeling like this for like an hour and a half. So it's good training for it. Very good. Throw is always a good option there. Throw. Gosh, I finally did the punish. Alright, go. Too slow. Too slow again. Good. This is how we try to sharpen up here. Very nice. Very fun round. Alright, very fun battle, Silverbolt. That was a lot of fun. I'll go on break for this, and then we'll do. Let's see. What in the world is that? Twitch chat totally distracted me with some weird ad-like bot thing. Man, that was a lot of damage.
Nice choice.
Thanks. There was something I was working on in that one. I understand what numbers are saying. Hey, good game, Punker.
What a knucklehead.
We have made suggestions to newer players on how to implement backdashing within their offense and defense. Get good at boxing first, so that you can recognize boxing, and then use it during the use it if your opponent likes to do boxing. But then don't use it after that. Outside of that, no. Backdash is really powerful in this VF, but it's really risky, right? And it's a little stronger to get good at fighting forward in this game first, which is gonna be, but it is very powerful. Backdashing is good, like when you know they're gonna do like, when you know what their response is gonna be. But as a beginner, you don't always know what your opponent's response is gonna be. And when you fight beginners, some of them will use really long range attacks, even close range, and that makes backdashing even more risky. So the hard part is that backdashing then, for me, the reason I can use backdash against maybe a beginner is because there's a lot of conditioning that happens before I start doing that. And that conditioning is getting them to play this like jab elbow game first, you know. Now Akira's a little different. Kira I kind of have to do, or Akira I have a lot of reasons to want to use backdash against Akira. But if he knows it, his 6 XP is so scary. And so so it's really scary to do it against Akira. I think the creativity is going to be the hard part when you're fighting Tekken, because at the levels that we're playing Tekken at, you're kind of punished for being creative. At the low level I'm playing Tekken at, then I'm like really punished for being creative, and I have to remind myself I can't be this creative yet. It feels very rote, but it's like, and I think like you don't get to it, you know. You don't really get to be creative until you get like a lot stronger. I mean, kind of. You can do setups like the way that Silverbolt was doing setups against me. I can do that in Tekken, right? I can go like, okay, press, 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 and then now this is where I'm gonna crush that his high response, right? But there's a lot of like these really powerful mainline answers that I gotta do first, and then I have to learn how to do evade punish in that game, right? Because there is evade punish in that game. The evade, it's like the evade in that game is very specific. Evade punish when they do certain strings, you know. And it's like, okay, now you can evade and punish with that. Yeah, and then once you've threatened with the knowledge, then there's like cool stuff. But yeah, I will admit I would like to see more nuance in the forced two-choice guessing in Tekken. I don't think I feel that as much yet. I feel like I should just do these two options. In VF, I feel like there's a lot of different options I should change into depending on how the opponent tries to answer that guessing game. In Tekken, it's kind of, nope, you should really do these two choices. You know, like if you want to be safe for sure, and then if you really feel like confident, then yeah, go ahead and switch because you're gonna go for the higher damage option because you feel like you know your opponent that well, you know. So definitely feel that there's not much slack room, right? It's very tightly coupled, but that's just an impression, and we're just learning. But I do feel like actually in VF you can be quite creative even at a beginner level, and even at intermediate and advanced. You know, it only feels like maybe strict at like the super 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 high Japan level, and even then it feels quite open compared to a lot of fighting games. But like, you know, you fight like the way Tricky's trying to play now or the way Shiwapun plays, then you feel constrained a bit, you know, right? Here's a person who's going to try to eliminate all of your big damage, a lot of your big damage options, but limit you to these very specific ones. But you also know that like what they're doing requires a high level of human performance just to gain a marginal advantage. That it's really hard what they're doing. And so you can still kind of challenge it in ways. Very good game, you guys. Numbers, awesome to have you here.
Good games, Numbers.
It's awesome to have you here, Numbers.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Hey, look.
Just straighten up.
Round one. Ready, go! Knockout. Round two. Ready, go!
Yep, I'm liking Zaytiki's Brad.
Yeah, it's pretty strong with him.
I like Zaytiki in general. I mean, I like the way they're a very fun person to play. These two fighting each other is really fun, actually. So, and Nala's son looks a lot better than the last time I fought it too. Really comfortable.
Round three. Ready, go!
Thanks for the compliment, Nelly. Well, today my VF brain for in the fighting is actually feeling pretty fuzzy today. It's doing some good stuff and stuff, but I'm feeling a really weird thing, and maybe it's just the effect of not playing as much VF. I don't know. I didn't feel this when I fought Tricky on Tuesday, though. But I'm feeling very fuzzy today. I doesn't mean I feel bad. I just feel fuzzy. I feel like out of sync a little, and I'm having to manage it a lot. Like I'm having to adjust to where my performance is at, and that's tough. So I bring that up because the chatting is kind of helping me relax a bit and kind of reminding myself to take it a little easy and helping me find the center, finding some center to hold on to, you know. So I think so I guess today I'm having more fun chatting while playing, you know, even though I'm also, when I do that, I'm kind of giving up on the result, you know. I'm like, well, I don't know if I'll win this game, but I think I need to get my game more in sync, you know.
Yeah, I feel you. I've been feeling the same after fighting Tricky on Friday. There's something about my game that I think she's sealed. So I'm having to reopen that again.
I see. Yeah, that can happen, especially it's kind of it's a form of tunnel vision that you can get. It's a good one because
Right.
Tricky is also like, well, you can't, like, this doesn't really work, you know, kind of stuff, right? But then there are places where it works, even against Tricky, but it's really like just becoming very high risk, you know.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I'm not feeling that particular one, but I know this one very much. It's like when I fight. Sometimes you're. Yeah, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't want to go too deep into it because it gets easy to misunderstand. But I think I know exactly what you're talking about.
It's very esoteric.
Yeah. Well, it's the more you try to explain it, the more people think it's a little more extreme than what you're trying to explain. You know, and it's like, and so it becomes a full blown disease, and you're like, it's not really a disease, but you know, it's just this little thing, you know. And so it's like.
Well, it's in general. There's no easy way to explain that. Those are good responses. Yeah, Zaytik have been using Brad a while.
Yep. No, this is good stuff, and I like that Matthew is trying to find times to throw here, but you know, so like again, it's scary to try to throw. I think they were following advice, so good game.
Is that how you read their name, Matthew? As in like the name Matthew?
Yeah.
Nice.
So
that is a cool play on words.
But well, speaking of what Nelly was saying, I'll admit I'm on some kind of special weird tilt, like distractive tilt. Ever since the situation with my daughter this morning, so it's like, and then with my wife getting involved, so that like I think that's part of it for me today. It's like where like I'm like kind of like I've got like this there's a part of my brain that's trying to pay attention to what's happening in the house. You know, so.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, your tilt is pulling you in that direction.
But again, I don't think I'm playing bad as a result. I'm just more of like, man, like.
No, you're not.
I think like there are times when I'm doing these really good stuff today, and that's why I think I won the league, right? I also feel that in that second
Yeah.
league, though, I feel like I just lucked out against you in our game. You know, like, so I was like,
I missed inputted a couple of things.
Yeah.
So I mean, it was very close.
It was really
that was
close,
it,
but
right?
I honestly
I was
thought you.
just not.
I did feel you played better, and I was just like, crap. I'm glad I'll take it. You know, but it's like,
Yeah.
but it's I'm like, man, and it's like I'm excited. Numbers is in the room today, but I wish I could bring
Yes.
a higher level of play when Numbers is in the room, because normally I feel like I have wonderful matches with Numbers, and today I'm like, I'm gonna like, unless Tekken has really messed up with Numbers' like feel, I'm gonna get like, like I don't think I can play this current
I
wave
am gonna say
against
it,
him. You know.
I am gonna say Tekken is both big. It made my game better and worse.
Yeah, I see. For me, I don't think it's made my game worse. It's just more of I just think my brain is in these different places today. But I'm also really enjoying. Like I said though, I love how the chat is in today in the Twitch. I like that this third league is going to have a lot more players. But I love the chat in the Twitch today. I think it's a wonderful chat. I think everybody's just coming in with a love of VF and wanting to improve their understanding of VF today. And so I can't be happier, Just I mean, as far as that goes, But it's also good training. Like I said, this is a really good training opportunity too, because there once in a while, it's really rare, but sometimes you go into a tournament feeling exactly like this. And you're just like, man, like I'm gonna really have to dig something out of this, And oftentimes I have, but I'm just like, oh my gosh, this is like that feeling.
It's good to get used to it. Yeah.
It is, yeah, it is. Like Tricky and I both are strong advocates of you want to increase your performance floor, meaning you want to increase how good you play on the bad conditions,
Yeah.
But of course, Tricky's always trying to also, while simultaneously maximize peak performance. So, yeah. Oh, Numbers is dealing with 3 fingers back to 4. You play Tekken with 4? I play Tekken with like 2 with a third sometimes. Like I actually play Tekken with 3 fingers, but it's like it's the middle 3, like these 3, So, and it's mostly these 2 with just occasional use of this, and maybe once in a while hitting a thumb. Like sometimes I'll do thumb, like when I'm doing like Jin's like auto combo sequence, right? Like his wall rising. Now it's like wall rising 1 3 2 1 3 4. That's it. Yeah. Oh no, 2 1 4 2. Yeah. But it's just funny. Like those are the times when I'll use my thumb, but most of the time I'm using just 2 fingers and sometimes a third.
I don't know. When I play Tekken, it just brings me back to like the way I used to, like when I was a teenager. So it's a very. I don't even think about what I'm doing anymore.
Yeah.
The one thing I'm doing is I'm forcing myself to play on 2P more.
Yes, well you should. 100%. That's in Tekken. A lot of players are weak on player 2 side. It's like like way weaker. Like the imbalance is pretty high,
Oh yeah.
Part of it's because of that the important technique is our defensive techniques, and that you have to play them oppositely. You have to input them totally differently between player 1 and player 2 side. So
Yeah.
I will let Numbers jump in here. Give Numbers a big warm up because this will be after this game. We're going to do. I'll let Jay Yeah, after this game we will do. No, we'll do one more after this. One more after this, and then we'll do the league battle.
Yeah. Ok, espera, porque ahorita solo queda una liga. It's just one more league to go. So wait and go for it. Sorry, trying to figure out the food situation with my wife.
Good thing to sort on a Sunday. No problem.
Yeah.
Round 2. Ready, go!
I want to see more 3-3-3-3. He means by ring out. He doesn't mean just in general crouch dash. Numbers is feeling the VF again because Numbers has been playing Tekken, so we're.
God, but like
He's playing
Numbers
so
is
good.
working again, so it's not like his entire brain power is going into
Correct.
VF now. Now he has to share, and he is now not just rested up for this, but also tired. So I think Numbers for a while is gonna be a little human, and then he's gonna come back to it.
I see.
Yeah, no, there was a point when, before he got this job that I would have told you that it was really hard to get a lick in on him. It was pretty good. There were entire fight to tens that went to him, and I wouldn't have any idea of how to like break out of it. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Coming back. Would I say anything?
All right, Shaolin battle before the league battle here.
See, it's always me that gets to wake him up. Like Summer Jam.
All right, Numbers, you're in it. We're glad you're here. All right, here we go.
Round 1. Ready, go! Round 2. Ready, go!
Master 3.
Ready, go!
I see. Master 3 is 3-3-3-3.
Oh God, with the Ura setup, look at that.
All right. Good luck, everybody. Here we go.
Yeah, good luck, man.
All right, let's have fun time, everybody. It's going to be a very fun battle. Should be a lot of fun. This is a really great group. Here we go. And the chat's been awesome in the Twitch chat, so thank you all very much. And Akai, thank you so much for everything. I hope you've been having, I know you've been busy, but I hope you've been having fun during this Chinese New Year weekend. Lunar New Year weekend.
It's showtime!
Alright, is this Nala?
Time for a combat center.
Here we go. It's been a while. I love this costume. This costume's awesome. Oh, I love that. Intruder. Intruder hook is so good. It's a very good move against Leon if you know how to use it, and Nala does. Oh, beautiful sidestep, sidekick. Oh, that was so cool. That was really cool, Nala. I like that a lot. Okay, here we go. I'm so dead. Oh, that was an awesome round, Nala. That's it. Awesome game, Nala. That was really, really good. That was so much fun. That was so much fun.
Mission accomplished.
No problem. That was a really good battle, and I'm happy to see Nala playing in League. And I thought they played that really good. I thought that was an awesome battle. So I had a lot of fun with that, and I thought there was some cool stuff that Nala's Vanessa did. Good win, Nala. I wish you could play in League Battle more. So, Xeno Haste. Xeno Haste said, there's something about VF that really gets my blood pumping that other fighters don't. We all feel it, right? For me, I think it's the intensity, it's the back and forth pace, it's the rapid decision making, and then what comes with that, you feel very free when you start to understand. The more you understand VF, the more free you can feel. Until you get to the super insanely high level, that's a little different. But even then, it feels very free compared to a lot of what it could be. You know. But yeah. I'll let you keep believing that. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I do believe that this series has done a really good job managing itself. And VF5 Vanilla is like the black sheep, but I still like that game. VF5R is a crazy game, but yeah. All right, I'm gonna focus on Setsuna now. Always. That's a weird choice to do it there. Okay, I had a feeling that if I did it right here, this would have worked, but that's okay. Alright, let's fight. Really not feeling it today. Interesting that he guessed correctly forward. That's correct forward. Okay. Alright. I cannot do this today. Let's try. Come on, here we go. purple? No, it's blue. Okay. So I didn't. A good thing I did that move. It's not and not punch. No, only the Virtua Fighter 3. The 3 series. Yes, correct. Virtua Fighter 3 and 3TB had 4 buttons, and I like the evade button. I really like it. I actually like it more. But this system is fine. But this system is a little more taxing on your inputs. All right, good game, Satsuna. All right, what is everyone's talking about here? VF3 is huge in Japan. 3TB still has a following there too. Nelly, yeah. Well, I'm having one of those days where I'm feeling my hands and my mind are working at different speeds right now, and normally, and I'm more distracted from chat, but like normally I can center it, but right now I'm not feeling it. So, but it's okay because I'm happy that I got that second league battle win, and I'm happy just taking care of things right now. That said, I'm gonna do is J-Thor's Leifei is interesting. But I think I'm gonna try different stuff on this. This is fun. J-Thor, really fun to fight you, man. Alright, really interesting. Now I see how your Leifei plays like your Lao. Okay, I thought I'd low punch that. That's okay. Okay. So I'm going to try to create a wall of attacks against, but Leifei can blow that up, so I got to be careful. So there's my wall of attacks. It's like, but like I said, Leifei does have tools to completely blow this up. Thank you for the battle, J-Thor. So Nelly, I am having those days where when the intensity goes up, when I'm fighting, you've seen me play, and you know when I'm feeling comfortable, when I'm able to hit my marks. I can hit my marks on to a certain level, but when I'm fighting really intense opponents or anything that's going to make me think a bit, today I feel like I can't hit those marks, so I got to change my option a bit, and I'm going to be a little off. But I feel fun, and it's really fun VF. And it's like what I said before, where it feels like when you go into a tournament, but you have like that really bad feeling in the like before the tournament starts. I'm feeling like that in terms today, but I'm having a lot of fun working on it because I usually dig myself out of those a lot. Yeah. But I'm also enjoying the level of play of the opponents. Hey Matthew, here we go. Very nice. Alright, this move is risky, but we'll work on it. There's a lot of good stuff about Matthew's game. There's actually a lot of good stuff in Matthew's game. They're learning, but they're doing a lot of good stuff. Very nice. There we go. Very good. Very good. Very nice low block. That's the fuzzy guard we talked about. Oh, cool. Very cool. I wanted to see what you would do here. You went with the 6-6K. Very nice. Alright, here we go, Matthew. Good game. Good game, Matthew. You have a really nice Lao, actually. A lot of good stuff in your game. Keep it up. I hope to see you in more leagues because I really like what you bring. And there's a lot of good intuitiveness in your play. Looks like Punker and Numbers are in an intense battle. Very cool. Like, I think Punker, Numbers, and Setsuna I'd give favorites, but Nala also is a big threat too. Keep it up. Keep it up. Hey, good stuff. Yeah, he can. He can go into the back stance, and it's pretty cool. It punishes people that like to jab, and he can do the 2KK. A lot of people instinctively hit him out of it, though. So honestly, I used to try to use it a lot, and there are still good places to do it, but a lot of people instinctively attack him when they see him do that stance, and it's rough. But this is this is a case where I just used it right there. All right, here we go, Day Tiggy. All right, good stuff. All right, Tiggy, here we go. Man, his choices are good. Yep. The only choice that's not as good as that. Brad's guard break is so telegraphed, it's too slow, and you got to make sure your opponent is mentally stacked before you do it. Like, you really have to make sure your opponent is feeling the pressure before you do it. Zaytiki's got some really good stuff to go on here, though. That was a really good round, actually. So the problem with this is I can see it. Watch me just sidestep. Sidestep, boom. Sidestep, wait. Yeah, so that's the weakness of that, of the guard break Doom, especially on an Okizemi situation. If you know they're going to tech roll, then it's good when you can Ukemi Zemi it. But it's so easy. Yeah, it's that once a player has been trained to see Brad's guard break at Doom, the way to recondition, the way to make it good again is to get good at the backsway into other stuff, like backsway into the big knee, right? But it's hard. Like that's a big gamble too. But really applying the pressure and seeing that your opponent is slowing down, like really slowing down. Like if they're defiant, a little harder. If they're like afraid, like I don't know what to do, then the guard break really works really well there. If you really get them feeling like they have to guard, that's the biggest deal. Watch them slow down just to guard. Yeah, Xeno Haste, Jathor, both of you really are improving a lot. Like you really are, and in different ways. Jathor is like, it's a little tighter. It's harder to explain his improvements. Xeno Haste, you're improving too in similar ways of like finding more comfort in different ranges. All right, here we go. I don't think I can fight numbers today, but we'll try.
Round two. Ready, go! Round three. Ready, go!
There you go. Just punish the low.
Round four. Ready, go!
Good game numbers. I'm glad I got through with that. Taking advantage of your tech and rest. So, good game.
Forgot to train, eh?
I had a feeling I could do it. That's all. I've never practiced it. So, Silver Bolt, you have improved, but it's everyone's improving. It's hard when that happens too. But you are actually improved in your matchup with me, especially.
Round one.
Thank you for good welcome, Lips and Russ.
Round two. Ready, go!
feel a nice wake up when I fought numbers.
What a knucklehead.
Good game, Bunker. Oh man, this is up in the air. This is going nuts. Alright. You should almost always expect that follow-up kick. Here's the tech. Nero gave Tricky really good tech against Leon's forward stance. And the tech is just take the first hit. Whatever he does with that stance, take the first hit. Sounds counterintuitive, but why? If you take the first hit, actually, well, you learn you can just block that second kick. But it's mainly because you avoid the stagger from if you crouch block his punch option, and you avoid the counter hit from that same option. But you can mitigate a lot of damage. You can keep it like low damage. Now that said, if you do want to defend, you're fine. But with the kick, you should always defend against that second kick. Because it's too slow for him to cancel that kick. He can cancel it into stance, and that's slow, and you can respond to that. If he does the first kick and doesn't cancel it into stance, it's still like for him to do anything but the follow-up kick is really, really slow. You can react to that too. So yeah, that kick, always try to prepare for that second kick. Keep defending. And just watch. And you'll see if he goes into anything that's not that follow-up kick. Also, that follow-up kick is full circular. The first kick is half circular, the second kick is full circular. A lot of people try to evade the second kick. You can't evade it. I mean, you can evade crouch dash block, but you shouldn't. That's not an option you should want to do. But yeah, unless he's stance canceling. But even then, you have better options. So you really shouldn't try to ECD anyway. But yeah, that's the tip. Alright, numbers versus Atiki. I don't have audio, I don't hear the game's audio when I'm streaming because I'm afraid that speaker volume is going to go into the microphone. And I can play with headsets, but I like to have the freedom of not playing with headsets. So, also, this is my form of training. I do train by playing the game without audio. But I will tell you, when you play with audio, you're just sharper. Like audio, this game's audio design gives you a lot to react to, and this when you play with audio, you will react faster by using audio cues. Yep, Math did make it here. Yes. Yeah, this is Math has played in. This is the second league battle for Matthew. And I think Matthew has got a lot of good stuff in their game. I'm looking forward to seeing them stronger and stronger. Alright everyone, good luck in this next battle. Alright, Silver Ball, here we go.
Time for a combat seminar.
Round one. Ready, go!
Hmm. Alright.
Round two. Ready? Round three. Ready? Knockout.
Alright. Good game, Silverbolt.
See? I thought I'm better.
Congratulations, numbers. 6-1 plus 14 is excellent. So very, very good. Hey, Mr. VFTC, good to see you. Oh, I'm not feeling like a champ today, but I'm having fun. I feel you, Silverbolt. I'm struggling with that today too. I feel it. I feel it. It's a fist bump though. Today we're gonna do just an open room battle. We're gonna do an open room session here. After, if people want the team battle, please let me know. But I think no, for today we're just gonna keep it at open room battle. Following this league. Are we stuck? Am I stuck? Do I have a result screen? No, there's still a battle going on. Numbers versus Nala Strabe. I thought they're done. Huh. Okay. Teams? Okay, we'll do teams. We'll do a team battle. My phone is almost out of battery, so I won't really have the chat, but I'll try. I'll put the chat on. Congratulations, numbers. It's awesome. Punker and I did really close, and Setsuna, yep. This is kind of the group. Alright. Let's see here. Alright, we'll do a team battle. We'll do a team battle. So I think Akai has got all the results, but we'll show more. So I'm gonna start a new room. So join the room. Same password as always. It's today's date 0211, and we're gonna do a team battle room. I think this is how it works. All right. Let's see here. Of course, my Discord's acting up. It always will. You guys go ahead and warm up. Have fun with your battles. I don't know why Discord's acting up for me, so I can't even join the Discord here. I'll try again. Whatever. Okay. All right, Discord.
Round one. Ready? Go.
I feel ya. This is like an amazing team battle today. So, we've got an amazing team battle going. Yeah, Nala joined the team battle. We set it up for you. We set it up for you. Okay, cool.
Knockout. Round 3. Ready, go! Knockout. Round 4. Ready, go!
Oh, it's just not quick enough. You need to do it earlier than that. Because that elbow punch is supposed to be guaranteed. Yeah, that's true. So, Punker says that, I'll repeat what they said. One thing I see beginners do that I had bad habit of doing is evading on advantage. Like, expecting the opponent to keep attacking after a block. Yeah, so number one, you should never evade when you have advantage, because it's automatic fail in VF. I covered this last week, but I'll repeat it all the time. In Virtua Fighter, your opponent has to already be attacking to do a successful evade. And so, one, that has two really big implications. Number one is that most of the time, you should evade when you're, like, from a disadvantage. When you're a beginner, that's when you should do it. So if your opponent blocks your attack, then you can evade. If you block their attack, you should not evade. If you get hit, you should evade. If you hit them, you should not evade. Okay, so when you have a disadvantage, when the situation is bad for you, evading is a little better. Okay, if the situation's good for you, evading is not really an option that you do because of that rule. And so that's number one. Number two, you do see players evade in the neutral. Well, they're reacting, they kind of know what the attack is and they're going to evade, or the opponent's going to do a slow attack and they do an evade. But I'll just say that evading in neutral is much harder to do, and it becomes easier to do the more you know the moves. Same with strings. It becomes easier to do the more hundreds of hours you've put into the game. After you've put hundreds of hours into the game, it's easier to evade during the neutral, and it's easier to evade during a string. But until you've put hundreds of hours into the game, evading in those situations, well, one, it doesn't give you much anyways, but two, it's just harder to do. The easiest situation to do it, they block something of yours they block something and you know you're at quite a bit of a disadvantage, evade is worth considering. It's a pretty good option. You whiff, evade's pretty good option. They hit you, evade's pretty good option. Those are when you can evade. So that's the beginner part of that. But evading is bad when you have the advantage. Yeah. Another way to put it, learn to block, then learn to evade. Master blocking and then master evading, because evading is like the hard read block. It's what you do when you're like, he's gonna go for a launcher, I'll evade. Then you get a higher reward. If they do a basic jab or elbow or low punch, you don't get much from evade. It's not really good there. But it's really good when people like to YOLO. So he's going to throw a big attack, evade. The one case where evading in neutral is really easy for a beginner, when they do a charge attack. So when you see your opponent do a charge attack, yeah, go ahead and do an evade there. But the hard part then, don't push a button until after the charge attack is done. If you hit a button before the charge attack is finished, you're going to get hit. It's complicated, but just VF has a rule where, when you evade, you want to punish after they finish the move. But if you punish before that, if they did something so slow that that's even possible, that's where tracking happens. It's not that attacks have an inherent tracking property. It's that tracking will happen if you've already evaded and they're still in the middle of that slow attack, or they're in the middle of a string, and you hit a button, then they will track you out. Then they will suddenly track you. And that's because the game wants you to understand the situation when you're evading and be more deliberate. I wanted to Discord, but I had trouble, like it just wouldn't join, but I'm going to try again now. Alright, I'm back in the Discord. You're there too, good. It's finally working. Earlier I tried like 5... Sorry, Setsuna. 5 times earlier I tried to join, it wouldn't go in, so... Of course I'm going to talk to you while you're in the middle of fighting numbers. But yeah, Punker, that is awesome advice. Yes, all that advice is really good that Punker gave. Yeah, so ring outs are a high amount of pressure, more severe than wall pressure in Street Fighter, but wall pressure is really huge in Street Fighter and in 2D fighters. So yeah. Alright, Setsuna, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay. Sorry about that. Earlier I tried to join Discord, it just was giving me a lot of crap. I don't know why, but I was having trouble.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, it was just like getting stuck and hanging, and then I would kill the app, restart it, and it still gave me that problem. So I kind of gave up for a little bit, but it's working now. So good.
Nice.
All right, Numbers is getting the VF feels again. Then he's gonna proclaim that he's quit Tekken after this. Just kidding. But I know that feeling too. But I really like Tekken 8. But you know, VF scratches all the itches that I have, you know. VF scratches so many good itches. It's a really good battle between these two. So Silverbolt, I will say that I'm going to go on a tangent on the topic on guarding. One of the tricky things there's a couple of things that makes learning how to guard in Virtua Fighter a little tricky. One of them is that you know, like it's automatic, it's not built into moving away like in 2D fighters and like in Tekken. So the fact that you have to actively press a guard button is something for a lot of people that have to get used to, and that's not the only thing, but that is a big thing, right? Getting used to using a guard button, but the advantage to that is that in Virtua Fighter you can use it while dashing forward, right? It's important to do that in a lot of games to like move forward and block, and it's always kind of a stress point. In VF it's actually kind of easy. You can forward dash and then you can guard whenever you want during that forward dash. And actually, doing forward dash into guard is really good to learn in Virtua Fighter. Now, second thing that makes learning how to guard in Virtua Fighter a little awkward is that you don't want to guard too long in Virtua Fighter. I mean, you really don't. You can. 2G is a good thing to do. That's at a high level of play, and that's with like a lot of other techniques supporting it. But as a normal play, in the normal flow of Virtua Fighter, when you block something, you want to use that advantage. You want to attack right away or throw right away. You want to make a decision pretty fast. And that is hard. That is what makes VF kind of hard. Like, it's hard because it's happening every 1 to 2 moves in Virtua Fighter. Whereas in a lot of other fighting games, it could be like 3 attacks, boom, 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 now I can attack. block, 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 now I can attack. Block, 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 I can attack. Block, 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 I can attack. That's how it feels in most fighting games. Then you play Virtua Fighter and it's like block, oh, I should have attacked right now. Block, block, now I should attack right now. Block, I should low punch, right? Block, block, I should low punch. So getting used to that flow in Virtua Fighter, and we're saying, yeah, guarding is really good, but you need to also use your advantage. Like, if you don't use your advantage right away, if you delay, that's less advantage that you have. So maximizing your advantage is actually really important. Now, someone might say, well, okay, but they can do these things, like they could sidestep. Okay, but a lot of times that sidestep requires them to do a lot extra, and a lot of times you're still okay. So, but you will learn to deal with it, but that's where you learn how to mix up throw. So like learning how to use your full advantage is actually really strong in VF. And there's going to be times where that concept might be challenged by your experience, because you'll go, oh, you know, my opponent's evading more now that I'm buffering. That's okay, but you can learn how to directly use your full advantage and beat the buffer, or beat the evade. And that's the hard part of saying that using, like, buffering is really important in this game. Like, using your full advantage is super important in this game. There is, yes, powerful to do delays and stuff, but after you've mastered using your full advantage. Because if you're not using your full advantage, your opponent's attacks are actually better than yours, because they're faster than they're supposed to be. When you use the full advantage, your opponent cannot, like, your opponent's attacks are kept where they're at on the frame stats. And this is a little bit of an extra concept, but just understand that without using your full frame advantage, your opponent's attacks are better than they normally are. Well, if you buffer more cleanly, so the trick with buffering is also doing it cleanly, and knowing kind of does take experience, and I know that's where you've had trouble. I will make something very clear. Silver Bull, a lot of times your attacks are actually coming out slow, and I know it because when I evade, if I don't cancel my evade, I'll get like the failed evade, which is when you see me crouch dash. Because the failed evade, the crouch dash is not a failed evade, the crouch dash is canceling a failed evade. And so I know that when I fight you, I should not rely on normal evade against you, because your attacks are coming out at a delay. And I don't think you intend to delay all the time. But I do think it does mean though that, like, sometimes I can start doing some attacks different. Now, you're playing Vanessa, so Vanessa kind of covers it by the fact that her defensive stance, you know, like this are abnormal for the normal frames of the game. Like she has stuff that she has an uppercut that's faster than a jab, right? And or is about as fast as that. So yeah. But it's important to learn the system mechanics at a basic level, 100%. So you don't need to know the advantage number, but you do need to know how, like, you do need to keep working on buffering, and picking good options from the buffer. And then you can pick good options from the delay after that. Because if you're not buffering, if you're not using the full frame advantage, again, your opponent's attacks get a little better. Suddenly, you know, like my attack that's 15 frame is acting like a 14 or a 13 frame attack if you're slower, right? And the thing that keeps it in check is something like basically the low punch, or your uppercut. If people buffer, you might be a little more open to evades, but generally when you're using safe moves, you're not worried about evades too much. You just know that you have to defend if they evade. Yes, exactly like Numbers was saying, is that, so that's where I said earlier where I do evade cancels when I realize that the opponent is not buffering right away. Well, I do evade cancels anyways, but the evade cancel is an option select that allows me to deal with protects me a little bit from delay. Not always. Delay is actually a pretty good option against evade cancel, which is why some players do it against me, like specifically a lot. But that gets very detailed, yeah. At the basic level, get sharper and sharper at buffering will see more results, and then just slowly add a few more situations a week where you're like, I've been doing this really fast option when I block a low punch, but I can actually do a 16 frame or a 17 frame attack against people if I block the low punch and do it right away. But it's hard because low punch recovers so fast that you don't have much time. That's why the standard answer is elbow, even though elbow is way faster than what you deal with, but it's because low punch recovers so fast. The stun from low punch is so low that like the person blocking the low punch both people have to input their next thing really fast from low punch. It's just one of those cases where it's like that, But that's why Vanessa's low punch uppercut works against a lot of people, but then loses when somebody is feeling sharp. If I'm feeling sharp on the day, I'm gonna combo you for doing low punch into uppercut if you're doing that when I block the low punch. And I did it to you today where I did a high jab and into something, but usually I'm supposed to do eye poke into launcher if I know that that's what you're gonna do, because your uppercut is not fast enough for that situation. It doesn't make it like your -5. It's pretty bad. -5 is really a good amount of disadvantage. Yeah. Yeah. Guard throw escape is the best option select for beginners to learn, and then fuzzy guard. But guard throw escape is so important to always have on lock. It's essential because anytime you guard, you should do guard throw escape. There's outside of buffering your next thing, that's the only thing. All right, Nala's in here. After this battle, we're gonna start the team battle. We'll start the team battle after this battle. Everyone, thank you so much. Numbers, thank you so much for your participation in both the league and the chat. I am really happy that Numbers' situation seems to be a lot better, which means they can play more VF again. And they were playing Elden Ring with the DLC, I think, and they were playing Tekken. But I'm really happy that Numbers' situation is in a good spot, I think. And I'm happy because it's one of the best members of the community that we have. And Numbers went.
Wait, the DLC's out?
No, my bad. I keep talking to my friend who's working on
God.
it, but yeah. So yeah. But understand. I'm glad that you're managing your priorities though, and that you are going to be back when the time's. You're going to be super active again when the time's ready. But again, make sure you're kicking ass at work. I'm cheering for you, man. Yeah. Well, good luck, man. But I'm glad you're doing well. Alright. Let's see what happens. This is going to be really weird teams because of the whole it's based on rank thing. But let's see how this goes. Should be fun. Either way. All right, 4 versus 4. Who are the teams? Setsuna, Numbers. Yay, I'm on Team Numbers. I was expecting to be on Team Numbers, by the way. And Numbers is going to be our final boss for our team. J-Thor, Silverbolt, here we go. Zaytigi versus J-Thor. Should be a very exciting battle.
I got a strong team.
It's a very strong team. These are good teams. These are very good teams. So
They're balanced in a very different way.
yeah. It's okay. You're gonna knock me out of this team battle. So let's see how this goes. But I'm gonna try not to let that happen. Yeah. You got Nala Strabe.
Hey, that's a nice Akira combo we got.
Yes. Zaytigi's throw game improving too.
He should have been more bold. Dash elbow, or super dash elbow would have been great there.
Alright, J-Thor, way to go. I forgot which team I was on for a moment, so. Very nice evade of Lao's low kick. It is a huge weakness for that move. Is that if you can evade that move, you can really do a lot of damage against Lao. But I think he might be in a almost super crouch state though. So you got to make sure that you can do a combo that will do a lot of damage against a crouching opponent. I like that Zaytigi's using those 3. I know that eventually it'll be dashing elbows, but Zaytigi's using the 3P like an elbow, and that's really good.
Yeah.
Yes, you can evade to. I believe is it evade to the back against Lao's 2K plus G. Are you able to look that up, or? But you do want to evade that move. It's really punishable in evade. Let's see with Lao. So Lao's 2K plus G is you evade to the front. My bad. And if you evade it to the front, he's really screwed. So. I think Lao is so much fun. If you're enjoying Lao, keep at it. I love Lao.
Yeah, play whatever you enjoy. Ooh, nice.
All right, good battle, J-Thor. Thanks for hanging in there. It's I think you guys, J-Thor, you should absolutely add Zaytigi as a friend, and spar with them. You guys should definitely spar with Zaytigi. All right, Silverbolt, you're in. So remember, it's Zaytigi __. What is this? What happened? Fine.
Silverbolt didn't ready up.
Oh, okay. I want Numbers to be the last person, so I'll jump in. So because I want Numbers to be the last person on our team.
Silverbolt ahead.
I see. Yeah. So I'm like, oh crud. but I was like, I don't want Numbers to play right now. We need to save our Numbers. Numbers gonna be the guy who wins it for us. So.
Man, I want to go back to Japan. I'm getting the itch.
Me too. Very nice throw. Always down for VF and Strive. Sounds good to me.
Very nice, Tiggy. Alright.
You are not using your new stick?
I just got a trophy for presenting the Brad show. No, today I'm using a different stick, but yeah. The new stick's still in the Tom Talk bag right now. But the new stick's been
Nice.
awesome. But no, I'm playing on my setup. Good game, Say Tiki. Thank you for the battle, my friend. Yeah, so you notice from the sound, right? You're like, it sounds a lot quieter. Very nice. Always remember that throws. I want to make it dramatic. Alright, here we go. That was really fun. Alright, Punker, here we go.
Round 3. Ready, go! Round 4. Ready, go!
Very nice. Good game, Punker.
See? I thought I'm better.
Let's go, Quaz. Go, Nala.
Alright, Nala, here we go.
Round 1. Ready, go!
So good. Nice. I love that.
Round 2.
Very fun first round.
Ready, go!
Come on, Nala, I believe.
Round 3.
Go, you can.
Ring out.
Thanks for the battle, Nala. Whew.
I want a serious fight.
Yeah, I think Silverbolt knew what he was doing.
No. Thank you, Numbers. Thank you very much.
Round one. Ready, go.
Nice.
Hmm. That was too early.
Round two. Ready, go. Round three. Ready, go.
No idea, but I do believe it's in development anyways. So all the other details, the one thing I believe is that it is in development. The other stuff are just minor details, and I've heard all kinds of stuff. But yeah. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna set up a numbers battle at the end. But I'm trying to fake you out. Let's see. Very nice. Alright.
Yes, not.
Yeah. I mean, for the investment they're putting in Virtua Fighter as a franchise, it looks like a VF6 is in development. I mean, if I'm being honest, you know, I don't think they're putting all this effort just for the VF3 TV Online, though they're putting some. But yeah, good battles all. Thank you so much. Numbers, we're sorry. We still got room battles. The room battles are still open. Do people want a second team battle? Do we want a second team battle?
No, I'm just gonna fight once
Okay,
in league.
so just room battles, right? Okay, we'll do room battle. Silverbolt says yes. Number says okay. Same to which part, Punker? One battle. Okay, so one team battle. Okay, we'll do one team battle after this game then. Okay. Looks like the votes. I heard more votes for another team battle, so let's do it. Let's do another team battle. And I will definitely stay as either last or second to last, whatever team I'm on. Yes, VF5 team battles all the way. So, this type of team battle, yes. Sadly, the Virtua Fighter 3 team battle, not good for Shun. Right? You know?
Why weren't they good for Shun?
Because Shun gets stronger the more rounds he has, and if he loses in the first round, that sucks. That was like the old team battle format. Was like, basically, it's like King of Fighters. This is like Pokemon, but it was like King of Fighters before. So if it's like King of Fighters, then Shun has to be rebalanced to be strong in the first round. you know.
Round 4. Ready, go!
I do like the color. Well, VF3's color palette's an interesting thing. It's to me, it's an acquired taste, but I like it a lot. But it's really a product of the time that it came out. But also, I mean, it was as as a trailblazer. The white skin was maybe the only thing I didn't like. Right, was how everybody had kind of a pale skin complexion. I love Final Showdown's visuals. I love its animations. The only thing that I'd critique is just that was maybe more. Half the stages I think are amazing. I think they did a good job in Ultimate Showdown of making the stages better. I'll put it that way. I think Virtua Fighter 5 Vanilla's stages look amazing. All right, we're gonna do team battle now. Good battle, you two. 3, 2, 1, here we go. Alright, awesome. What? Setsuna, why are you not in here?
I see it. Because I was going to leave after one battle.
Oh, okay. I thought people were saying one team battle.
I gotta go.
Okay.
I'm sorry. No, one.
It's okay. This is
Single
actually pretty
battle.
balanced teams, so I think it's very interesting teams. Well, thank you very much, man, and have a wonderful dinner. You were very
you
kind
too,
to
man.
me,
We'll see.
You were very kind to me today, letting me chat the whole time. But I really appreciate you a lot. I like the battles. Congratulations
likewise.
Congratulations on winning the first league battle. And yeah, I'll catch you a bit later. But,
Yeah, we'll talk later. All right, man.
I agree with what Nala said, where yes, Shun can drink between rounds, and he should, because he can also get sobered between rounds, and he can get sobered a lot. He can get so sobered a lot between rounds, especially from Leon. Yes, Numbers won the third league battle, so it was Setsuna, myself, and then Numbers. Yeah, and then yeah.
Knockout. Round 3. Ready, go! Knockout. Round 4. Ready, go!
And say, Tiggy, you can do this. It was a good battle, you too. Good battle.
Wow, it was ridiculous.
Alright, J-Thor. J-Thor, you're up. This should be a very good battle here, too.
Round one. Ready, go!
Oh,
Knockout.
yeah. The bound move is going to be 4-6 K plus G. So much fun when you get used to doing that to cause people to bounce in combos. Yeah. Yes. Ultimate Showdown has Heihachi and you know, Tekken does not. We won't do any spoilers, but yeah. Yeah, Master Raven also. So now we have, what is it, Phantom Raven? So well, yeah, we'll see who comes out in DLC. We're not going to spoil DLC on Tekken, even though somebody data mined Tekken 8's DLC. I would like to see Lei Wulong come back into Tekken 8.
Mission accomplished.
Congratulations, Silver Ball and Battle. That was a really good battle, you two. Very good battle. Alright, Nala's up. That was a good battle. Now we've got a Vanessa warfare here. Just look it up on YouTube. Just look up Tekken 8 DLC and you'll find videos covering the data mine. Yeah.
You know what you're getting
Yeah,
yourself
no spoilers in this chat.
I'll show you what combat's all about.
Round one. Ready, go!
What is this? This is so creepy. It
Knockout.
is a tough stance to approach. Much like in the UFC, this stance can be hard to deal with.
Ready, go! Round three. Ready, go!
Ready to fight back? Alright, good battle, you two. Alright. We got Punker versus Nala Strabe. Should also be another exciting battle. Again, I hope everyone's had a really good Chinese New Year, Lunar New Year. And I look forward to going to, I am planning to go to China and Hong Kong next month. I will try to meet up with Jimmy PKG. I don't know if I can play VF with them, but I'll probably bring my Jet Setter arcade stick with me. But yeah. Mirror battles are definitely a tough thing in VF. They drive a lot of people crazy because it's player versus player, but it feels very weird when it's, you know, mirror battle. No, totally understand, Xena Haste. Totally understand. But I do like the narratives that the people creating the game try to create. So when it comes to the leak, it's like, oh, I see. But each person has different experience, you know. Like I've told people before, my wife likes to know what happens at the end of the story. You know, I want to go through the whole journey on the story. I want to see how the storytelling unfolds. And my wife likes it, but when there's a setup, she's just kind of like, what happens in the end? And she'll go straight to the end if she can. So. No matter the game, people hate dittos. I think, you know, for me, I'm of the mindset that I really appreciate when, like, the way a writer writes. Oh wow, good job, Nala. That was good battle. I appreciate the way a writer writes. I appreciate the collaborative work on a production, and how the people that are part of the production put together like a piece of entertainment or a work. And so I do see the marketing and PR as part of that. And I understand that. I don't mind when people like the leaks and the spoilers, but I just personally, I try to follow the way these people want to promote their game and how they're trying to do it. But if a leak happens, a leak happens. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, no, I love fighting every character in this game, all of them. But I also feel like this game is it's very player versus player, with details of the moves being a big factor. But there's enough freedom that you're fighting the player a lot, and that's why I love it. And I love fighting every character in this game. They're all really fun challenges. I'm glad to hear the execution is the mind space going well for you there. I'm really glad to hear that. I feel like I'm only having it in the team battle, but I felt good in the team battle last year. But we'll see numbers. The rise in numbers is here. Come on, Nala, you can do this. Alright, good battle. Nala, it was an amazing run. I don't know. Let's see how this goes. I don't know. I'm not the most optimistic, but I'm gonna do what I can. But if I played like the last league, I should be okay. I don't know. But no matter what, it's always fun fighting numbers. I love fighting numbers. We don't fight each other much. A lot of times we only fight each other a couple battles a day when we play. So, but I love fighting against numbers. So this is gonna be exciting. I hope it can be a blow up too.
Round one. Ready?
Very fun round, numbers. That was fun round. Let's get a feel for this.
Round 3. Ready, go! Round 4. Ready, go!
I don't know what the hell that was. I don't know what the... It's like, what the hell?
Ready, go!
Good battle, numbers. That was a lot of fun. That weird hit was so funny. I don't know what that was. But thank you for the battle, man. Welcome back to VF, my friend. Welcome back to VF. I thought that was a fun game. Well, technically the blue team won because it's 3 versus 3 players. So we got it was boss battle. I won the boss battle, but Team Blue won. So you know. So. I see. Sudoku would be 2P. Okay, got it. That's really cool stuff.
Round 1. Ready, go!
Thanks for explaining that. Okay, so yeah, 0 on guard. Okay.
Knockout.
So hey, Taka and Leon, yeah. So I'll teach you Taka sometime. Taka is extreme basics. Taka takes the basics of this game really to the extremes, especially the mix-up basics. And so, but it is scary no matter who you are. That's what makes him so scary. Leon is harder because he's very... Leon is tricky, and there's a lot of different little games that can disrupt you. And so for me, I do cycle through a lot of different games. So sometimes it is a knowledge check. But what I can say to fight Leon, those same mix-up basics for Taka is very strong against Leon. If you get good at doing what we call Nitaku, forced two-choice guess, it is good against Leon because he has a lot of times where he'll be in Nitaku, where when you block his attack, like his sidekick or his uppercut, he'll be at like -6 or worse. And so if you mix up throw or mid there, it's powerful against him. Leon is medium lightweight, so he gets comboed pretty. Like if you learn Leon combos against Leon, he eats a lot of damage. Like he will take a lot of damage. So there's a lot of Leon specific combos that are pretty nasty. Leon's half circular mix is not ideal. If you evade to his back, you cut off a lot of his damage if you learn how to evade. But that's later. But you do want to when you eventually learn where and when to do proper evading, evading to Leon's back becomes very powerful. Becomes very mitigating. It means it cuts off a lot of his damage source. And then, if you learn what we call how to play Moral, playing Moral against Leon is really good. Because The reason is that Leon's block punish is one of the worst aspects of his game. And also because he does like to crush, but if you get good at like elbow, you can't really he can't really crush elbow. You know, he can parry it. He doesn't get much from the parry though. So learning how to play Moral is very good against Leon. And then actually throwing against Leon is really good because he has to dig deep to do a normal hit launcher. His normal hit launchers are very slow. Or they don't do that much damage. And because of that, that actually means throwing is good against him. That your risk of throwing him is a lot lower until he digs deep. Nice dash to delay. Very good stuff. Alright, here we go. I like that. Crush. That was really, really fun. Really, really fun. Fun round. Perfect ring out. Perfect ring out. That was really good. Really good patience. Wait for the moment. That was an excellent round. Thank you very much for that battle numbers. So yeah, evading to Leon's back is really huge. Throwing more is huge. Doing Nitaku is huge. Very good game. Yeah, Eileen is a crush monster, and she is, I don't know, I mean, that's an interesting description, very interesting one, yeah, but I do love that Eileen, like, I love her cancel game. I think it's scary to use it, but I think it's really rewarding, and I think it's what makes her awesome. Right. And I guess that's why also Tricky would make that comparison to Eileen that's using crushing instead of parries. Oh, I think I can see Tricky seeing it. That I think Tricky has said something similar. I can't remember how she put it when she told me. But I do like Eileen a lot. I think Eileen's a really cool character. Her ability to kind of control the string game is very scary, very crazy. And then 9K and 9P are both amazing tools. Yeah. Her circulars are interesting because she's got like fast full circulars. Right? Yeah. Yeah, Nellie's Eileen is really cool. So is Onjeff's, but Tricky's Eileen is so off the charts. It's really amazing. But Nellie's Eileen's really good as well. I think that's the thing with the female characters in this game is they all end up being a little more technical as characters in this game. Tricky is so much fun to fight. She is really a joy to fight. So you should take her up on her offer. She is. You can message Tricky. She will book an appointment with you. You 100% should. You should 100% make a schedule with Tricky and fight because I think you'll love fighting against Tricky's Eileen, and she will give you amazing feedback and help you manage the risk reward a bit. So yeah. Sarah's Oki is amazing. Oh, you have so much time in the world and so many options. You go into pressure, you go into damage. Sarah's Oki is terrifying. So terrifying. And Sarah is so much fun. And Sarah would have you manage your risk better. I think it's a good choice for you. I think you would be an amazing Sarah. I think you would play Sarah in really fun ways, but you'd also tighten up that risk, like I have to try to tighten up my risk too, in the way that we like to fight. And I think Sarah is really good at making you do that. She's a lot of fun. Yeah, and I'll let you find the way that you want to fight with her because I know you're capable, how capable you are of all of that. It's like there's a playbook I definitely go by when it comes to Sarah, but it doesn't mean it has to be your playbook. But Okizeme should always be in the playbook. Where and when to use the flamingo is kind of part of the playbook. I think there's places to use flamingo, and I think there is places where it's not necessary to use it because the rest of her game is great. And so, but I'll say the biggest spots, okay. Her flamingo setups are also good as Okizeme too. So when you're like, if you don't think you've got like the really big guaranteed damage or you're having trouble reading your opponent's Oki's like wake up, her flamingo setups as Oki are really good because now you've put your opponent in a lot more in pressure. You've locked them into under pressure. The biggest place to use her flamingo is actually side turn. You want to make it so that the opponent is stuck in side turn when you do flamingo, and then it's oppressive. Then it's just broken. If you do flamingo in the neutral, my issue with that is that you're putting a lot of pressure on your opponent, but you're also putting yourself into these gambling situations, and your opponent will eventually feel they have to double down and try to blow you up. And you don't, as Sarah, you don't really want that. I mean, you can, and you can keep winning that way, but she can also win by being super obnoxiously safe while picking apart the opponent, while then mixing up at the right times when she has to. But she doesn't have to always do mix up and put herself in a gamble. Right? This is similar to, like Pi, she can play this obnoxiously safe way that really, really tests the opponent's patience and understanding. And then she chooses her moments to mix up. So yeah, the lightweight is what makes it's scary to use those female characters, but I will say though, in my view, they make up for it, but you can save it for later when you're comfortable. Because that is the big drawback for a lot of them, is that basically they are going to get comboed in a bigger way. Sarah and Vanessa eats like the worst combos. Shun does too, but it's like people have to really learn how to combo Shun. Just like people have to really learn how to combo El Blaze. The hard part is comboing El Blaze is a knowledge check by itself. Because a lot of universal combos just don't do as good against El Blaze. But El Blaze eats like insanely crazy combos. Like the same for Shun. Shun definitely lets you adapt to players because Shun has like the best zoning and defensive game. You know, Shun has has lots of tools, has like this amazing defensive toolkit, and that alone automatically means you get to adjust to your opponent, and by necessity you're learning how to because you're wanting to counter how they play. I think Shun teaches you a lot. They do have good neutral. Yeah, Shun's neutral is nuts. It drives me insane. Alright, numbers, here we go. Yeah, I think the thing that sucks for me again fighting Lei Fei is that 2P is like you can lose more than half your life if you try to 2P if you're too predictable at 2P against Lei Fei. So oh, I thought I got this. I thought I weaved it just right, but that's string, so that was really good here. Good round. That was good. Oh, good round, good round. That 9K is a good move against Leon, because again, you can't crush that crap, so really good. Good. Nice. That's so much fun. I forgot he has that. It's really good stuff. Now he just guard canceled. That is fast. It doesn't even look like he guard cancels into it, but I think that's what he does. Or down cancels into it. Good game. Very good game, Nars. That was so much fun. That was really, really fun. I'm really glad you're loving VF. I hope you're really loving it a lot, but I'm really glad to hear that, Hist. Really glad to hear that. Good battle. Way to hang in there, Silverbolt. You did really good there.
Round one. Ready, go! All right.
Nice. Nice punish.
Round two. Ready, go!
That was beautiful, Zaytiki. Just duck under here until it was counter hit, which means it wasn't guaranteed there, but still, it was really cool.
Excellent. Round four. Ready, go!
I like it. I think there's also the Virtua Fighter Kids soundtrack in there. I forgot how to enable the Virtua Fighter Kids soundtrack. It's like there's a trick to doing it. Want those too. It's a lot of work though. Like an insane amount of work. Especially, yeah. But I would like them in there too. This battle's crazy. Good job. Good game. Way to go, Zaytiki. Very good game, you guys. That was an exciting battle. VF VF Kids is fun, but it's hard. It's like T-Rex Virtua Fighter. Everyone has short limbs and huge heads. It's hard to gauge the distance in that game. You have to be like up close to hit each other.
I've got the advantage. You've got nothing.
You know what you're getting your...
Round one. Ready,
It's pretty funny. VF Kids is so fun. I miss playing it. I think I'm gonna try playing it soon. I got a Polymega now, so I've got the disc somewhere. I'll load it up on the Polymega. It'll be fun. Maybe I'll stream it too. But That said, VF Kids is, it's based on VF2, and I love VF2, but I like the way modern VF plays so much more, and that's hard for me to admit because when in VF2's arcade days, and even in Saturn days, I just felt like VF2 was like the best thing, and now it feels really weird to play it for me. It's a really cool game, but it's kind of a janky 3D fighter for me now. And yet back then it felt like the best thing. Still, and did for a long time. I'm just spoiled with how modern VF plays. Since VF3 and afterwards especially. Alright, exciting battle, you two. Alright, Nala, here we go. Very good game. Well, I do personally think that VF3 TV plays amazing, but it's not accessible though. It's a game where when you're a beginner, it doesn't play well. When you get good at VF3 though, it plays so good. So if I force side turn you, the PKP can be ducked. You can also low attack it as well. And you can attack in general, but... So anything that would crush like a high is good. Nice. Fun battle. Glad I got this 4P against the 9P. Alright, Silverbolt, here we go. Good game, good game. Okay, so with Leon, you want to learn how to do like 2G, 5G if you're gonna block. Yeah, so you want to do 2G, 5G, or crush the high too. Are valid options. But the problem with the attack, you'll get screwed, right? Like if I do this and you attack, you'll eat a big combo. This is how you punish the low punch and the uppercut. Eye gouge, combo. Yeah. I was just too slow that time. Very good. I'm going to have lunch soon, but I do want to fight at least a couple more battles. But I can leave the stream running for a bit too, because I think it's fun having numbers back here. Very good. All right. So that's the dangers of tackle. In dangers of throwing and tackle near the ring out edge. Yeah. It's like the throw becomes higher risk because of stuff like that, and tackle as well. Well, it's just like I wrung myself out with like half circle forward throw near the ring out zone too, and many other things too. So yeah. Oh boy, I'm dead. Like Lei Fei on this stage is really nuts. Look at that. Alright. Alright, here we go. Alright, have a good day, Silverbone. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed. You played really well today. You did. So, I thought you did. That duck is bad. Lows. Near the wall. Backdash was bad there because the jab. Because it was from a whiffed low punch. Oh, that's it. Good game. Good game. So this is what I'm going to learn. Okay. How power... Lows are that deadly. There's a half circle component to it. There's also... Can I mitigate risk by doing hop? I don't know. Probably at the wall. But then I don't want to always eat it, so then we just got to make the read. So this will be interesting. It's going to be a lot of fun learning how to deal with that. And then I also do need to fight Lei Fei like a Tekken character sometimes. Meaning, actually, if you find where you should evade, it's actually pretty good. It's very knowledge checky, so there are these big openings, but they're based on knowledge as opposed to playing general, so it's good. But Numbers knows it all too, so he's got a lot of stuff built to deal, but it's really important to pressure Lei Fei back with it at least. Really nice. That was excellent. I love King's 4-6K. It's a really frustrating move to deal with. It's more than half life. Very intense battle again, you two. Very fun battle to watch. Very good game.
Round one. Ready, go! Knockout! Round two. Ready, go! Knockout! Round three. Ready, go! Ring out!
Very intense round.
Round four. Ready, go!
Tackle's so good, that kick.
Knockout!
Welcome to the power of offense stance.
Round five. Ready, go! Ring out!
Good battle, you two. Very good game. This room is way too fun. I feel like I should starve and skip lunch just because of this room, but I will definitely eat lunch at some point. These battles are really fun. That was a very good game, you two. All these battles really great.
Round one. Ready, go! My time is here! Knockout! Round two. Ready, go!
game. I'm looking forward to the rematch though. Yes, that's the plan, to beat each other up. So, hey, Haya, good to see you. Haya, are you setting up a room soon? Alright, we'll spar. Nala, we'll do intense sparring.
This is for real. Say your prayers. Round one. Ready?
Oh, that's so cool. Good round. Good round. Okay, Monday sounds good. Monday sounds good, Haya. Alright, here we go, Zaytiki. That's annoying. See, he's real. This is the power of throwing right here. Like, he is just throwing me when I sidestep. It's perfect, right? It's really good. His reads are so on point. I'm always late to attack, though. It was interesting there, though.
Round four. Ready? Round five. Ready?
Damn, how plays. Even in that situation, you whiff. Good game, Zaytiki. Very, very good game. Really, really good game. But even in that situation, like, your combos won't work. So it's just like, what? This dude. Alright, we're intensely sparring, Nala. Intensely sparring. Except I'm really hungry for that rematch with numbers.
Round one. Ready?
Nice. Very nice. Nice use of jabs. Oh, good round. Alright, very good round.
Round 4. Ready,
So good. Alright, good game. Good game. That was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. I focused more on us sparring, so I hope that was a lot more fun for you. And I really enjoyed that.
Ridiculous.
It's a lot of fun, and you had really powerful options there. Man. It's all good. It's really fun working on those stuff though. So it's fun trying to work on harder to hit stuff.
round 2. Ready, go! Knockout. Round 3. Ready, go!
That was a brilliant tackle.
Knockout. Round 4. Ready, go! Knockout.
Very good battle. All right, Zaytigi.
Round 1. Ready, go! Knockout. Round 2. Ready, go!
Side locking here. Very good round, Seitiki.
Round 4. Ready, go!
That was beautiful. That was an amazing one. Oh no, that was beautiful though. Not 24-hour stream though. I might leave the stream on if other people want to join. When I go eat lunch, but no. Usually I stop the stream around this point, but it would be fun to stream 24 hours. Oh, we gotta teach him the wall combos, but he's doing so good. So beautiful though. Alright. Really good one, Suntigi. Good battle.
What a knucklehead.
That was an excellent battle. Very good game. Yeah, I can't do it. I can't do 24 hour. I do stay up late. I do go on low sleep, but I can't do that 24 hour. Theory I could, but it's not fun for me.
You'd better take me serious. Round 1. Ready, go!
Very nice.
Round 2. Ready, Round 3. Ready, go!
Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, 2 lions in a natural habitat. Something like that, yes.
Ready, go!
Alright, good games, Atiki. Yep. Yes, 2 lions. Hey, Tenguman, you should join the room. You should join the room. I do have to eat lunch soon. I have not had lunch yet. I haven't had breakfast. Well, I had breakfast. I had 2 bars. I had 2 snack bars, but
Round 1. Ready,
I'm honored that you're here with us today, Numbers. Good game, Nala. Oh man. Well, I'll make this my final battle with Numbers today. I do want to fight Numbers more later, but yeah. Very good game. Oh, now I want to fight against Tenguman too. Tenguman's like pie has been so nuts, so good. So good. Salvo would be fine. Okay. Oh, I am side turn there. Okay. Side turn there. That's got it. Good game, Numbers. Good game. I'm going to try to fight Tenguman once, and then I'll go to lunch. So, I'm going to try. I might lose on the way there. Good game. Good game, Numbers. It's a lot of fun, as always. That said, Leon versus Leon matches are always a little scary, so... We're going to, like, crush each other one way or another, so... Very good. Thought I got the evade there, but it's not. Lunch does turn into dinner. That was good. Beautiful. That was really cool. It was really, really good, yeah.
Round 4. Ready, go!
Zaytiki's getting sharper and sharper. Really, really good game. Really, really good game. Sorry, I had to do the double goose egg. So
A serious fight.
Alright, here we go, Tengu Man. This might be it. This might be my last game. But I'm going to leave the room open and leave the stream going so you all can enjoy some really good battles. I loved fighting all of you. But I want to go have lunch. And I got to check on family. I have a feeling I'm going to be taking some heat. Ooh, I like the black costume. I like the black costume. That's so good. I like that. I like that very much. So good. Oh, that's beautiful. That's the thing. If you try to do a low throw escape here, that is gonna hit you, right? Because you're gonna be crouching. That's down back. Oh.
Round 3. Ready, go! Round 4. Ready, go!
Alright, good game, Tengu Man. That was a lot of fun. I know you do want more. I imagine you want more, but we'll fight later. But I had a lot of fun. Lots and lots of fun. So I'm going to take a break. I'm going to go eat, see if I'm in trouble with family. Okay, cool. So hang in the room. You guys fight, okay? You guys fight. I'll try to be back, but let me see if my family's cool. Family takes priority, of course.
Round 1. Ready, go!
But I still got the mic on, so yeah. We'll spar soon. I want to fight more with you and Paul. I haven't fought with you and Paul in a long time, and Dennis too, for that matter. So I'll be trying to get the matches going back up, even though I am trying to practice and learn Tekken. But I love VF, and it's just, you know, VF hits different than everything else. So it's like this, still number one for me.
Knockout. Round 3. 欲しかったのだ。Round 1. Ready, go! Knockout! Round 2. Ready, go! Excellent! Round 3. Ready, go! two. Ready, go! Knockout! Round three. Ready, go! Knockout!
On the battlefield, you'd be dead.
Round one. Ready, go! Excellent! Round two. Ready, go! Knockout! Round three. Ready, go! Knockout! Round four. Ready, go! Knockout!
Wow, it was ridiculous.
Round one. Ready, go!
Well.
Knockout! Round two. Ready, go! Knockout! three. Ready, go! Ring out! What can I say? I'm on top. Ready, go! Knockout! Round 3. Ready, go! Knockout. Round 3. Ready, go! Presenting the brat.
Round one. Ready, go! Ring out! Round two. Ready, go! Look out! Round two. Ready, go!
guys have your grip socks? Hey everybody, I'm going to keep the room going, but wanted to say happy to have what we got here. This awesome group, and so good to have you here, Black Alert. Also, I wanted to say I'm really happy that Black Alert had an awesome vacation. I'm really happy to hear that, so that's wonderful that you had an amazing vacation. Yeah, sadly I won't be able to play, but I'm going to keep the room going. I'm going to keep the stream going, but I am going to take my kids to an extreme park. There's this extreme park. It's like, think of if like they made like a park that's more for like American Ninja Warrior, with like obstacle courses and trampolines. But this one is like not as supervised, so it's a little crazy. I only recommend it if the parents that would actually like hang out there and watch their children. Those are ones, because this park can be very scary if you take small children there. I'm happy to hear that. Look, I'm glad you're here enjoying fighting games with us. And again, you still got your life priorities, but you're a very good player, and you can at least, balance out the competitiveness in the right way. But again, priorities in life. I don't think, especially in the VF community, we've always had to face this too. But it's always important to get the balance right. If you get the balance right, you get to enjoy the game longer, still be very competitive, but mostly that your life is still very productive. This game, though, can get addictive to a lot of productive people, which is what's funny about this game. So, producer at Nintendo has to kind of take a break a little bit from the game to balance it. Engineer at Facebook, same story. I know a lot of people that are very busy and have had to face the question, how are they going to balance it? And a lot of times they get it right. Sometimes it gets to be much, and it's hard because the game is addictive. But I'm glad that your priorities feel really corrected, especially that you're seeing how much you want to enjoy life and what you want to do, what your goals, your higher goals are.
Round 3. Ready, go!
I believe you, but I'm also thinking that you can enjoy a lighter form of competitiveness, So, but again, what's awesome is we're gonna have some good battles. We're gonna have a lot of fun, and it's not gonna be the same competitiveness as before. But I think you're still gonna have a fire that's there. But I also think the other stuff in life takes higher priority, and I think that's a good thing. And when you have all of it balanced pretty well, meaning you know where your priorities are, then you get to enjoy the stuff a lot more. And you also get to reap the benefits on the things you do want to focus on. So I am cheering for you, Black Alert. And I think it's a good perspective, and especially glad you had an amazing vacation. That's what vacations should do for us.
Round 1. Ready, go!
And I'm trusting that Numbers is back to studying for tomorrow, but then also making sure that he gets a lot of sleep tonight. Always here for the support, but also thank you also for your support too. So. You gotta love when a low sets up the staggers like that. And then Pai's body check especially.
Round 3. Ready, go!
I like that everybody has a VF1 model, but I do still think that the VF1 models have that funny aspect of like the rooster neck. And in the case of Vanessa, she has like a jetpack or a hunchback, but it's all good. Big backs are fine. But for her, it looks like a jetpack. So, yep. Nothing wrong with the hunchback though. A lot of people have them.
Wow, it was ridiculous.
But it would be cool to make it like a Space Channel 5 jetpack.
Round one. Ready, go!
I would really love like a Sega appreciation pack with Space Channel 5. The L Blaze would probably look like one of those Teletubby aliens.
Knockout. Round three. Ready, go!
But today, honestly, this might be my first time seeing the Vanessa VF1 model.
Knockout.
Because I don't remember seeing it before. So,
Round four. Ready, go!
alright, have a good dinner. Have a good dinner, Tenkuman. Thank you very much for joining us. And I really, we're gonna have more battles later. Always intense battles with you.
Round five. Ready, go! Knockout.
Try again in a few years.
Good games. Have a good night, Blacklight. I might be closing the stream soon, but it's cool. Cause I really gotta go. See my kids, but Avocado Meat, glad that you joined us too. Really glad to have you here. And I'm looking forward to chatting more. Feel free to add me on PlayStation Network. Chanchai, just as it's spelled. Yeah. I'm gonna try to add you right now, actually. Sorry if it distracts your game, though. Dang it. Alright, that's not gonna happen right now.
Round two.
My phone is not with me at the moment, so. So Sarah is punishing you for not tech rolling. So against this, now you're going to have to tech roll and guard, and then she's going to try to pressure you after that. But that's what Black Alert is testing, is your ability to do a tech roll into a guard. Also, if you can, watch how strong they use elbow. How well they use it when it hits, when it gets blocked.
Round 4. Ready, go!
That's a really powerful whiff punish tool that Sarah has. Very hit checkable combo launcher, this one right here. You're doing very, very good, Avocado Meat. You're fighting one of the best Sarah players in the country. Alright, good battle. Very good battle. I'll try to add you, Avocado Meat.
Better run home to Mama now.
Knockout. Round 2.
Yeah, Zaytigi's fun to fight. They like to weave in between attacks. They like to really to crush stuff and crush parts of sequences. It's really cool. Nala also has this tendency. It also likes to do this too.
Excellent. Round 3. Ready, go! Knockout. Round 4. Ready, go! Knockout.
So really good fuzzy guarding on the part of Black Alert. The fuzzy guarding has disrupted the throw attempts by Zaytigi like a lot. Again, I do like that Zaytigi has been working on the throws. Against a player like Black Alert, this will be the challenge, is that you have to kind of use delay throw, like crouch dash into throw, if you read that they're going to do a fuzzy guard. But you will be open to being blown up by an attack. So just be aware of that. But if you see that they're fuzzy guarding it, then one of the callouts is a delay throw. And to do a delay throw, you just buffer in a crouch dash into a throw. You can also just wait and throw, but just know that's a little trickier. Whereas crouch dash into throw is something you can actually buffer.
Knockout.
Very fun matches to watch, though. As you can watch from Black Alert's Sarah, how strong Sarah's Okizeme game is. She has so much time to do things when you're on the ground. So if she has a good read on whether you like to stay down on the ground, she'll combo you. If you tech roll, she's going to try to apply pressure. And a lot of times, not with all, but with a lot of her setups for Flamingo, she will probably be at advantage if she does it against you. So just be aware that when she's in Flamingo, she's kind of she's going to be at advantage at the start of it and be applying a lot of pressure on you. That said, you can also double down and try to blow her up. It's very risky, but a lot of people, when they fight against Flamingo long enough, they kind of start to do that. And that's not a bad thing to do against Sarah. That increases her risk, but it also increases her reward, so you gotta be careful. If you block something like that big uppercut, like that big high counter hit combo launcher, a lot of times counter hit launchers, while they are not punishable on block, they often give the opponent who blocks them what we call Nitaku, which is forced two-choice guess, meaning do a really powerful mid-attack. As a beginner, you can start with a counter hit launcher mid-attack and mix it up with a throw. And you try to be pretty random at it for a while to get comfortable with both options. And then as you get to know your opponent more, the better you can make those decisions on whether to do the mid or the throw. The idea being that if they hit a button, if they attack, your mid would have won. If they defend, your throw would have won. And generally, if an attack is a counter hit launcher, most of the time it's on block. It gives you, if you block them, most of the time you have a forced two-choice guess.
Round one. Ready, go!
I'm gonna go take my kids to. Gonna take my kids now to go have fun, but I'm gonna leave the stream on. You guys keep on playing, even though Black Alert's gonna head out. But you should all keep sparring each other. This is a really good room to spar. And if you guys have questions, you can ask me. I'll be happy to give feedback on any of the matches from today. You can message me and let me know. You can let me know which opponent you are fighting, and if you tell me what the win counts or the win percentages are at the time, it'll help me find the match. But I'm very happy to give feedback to anyone. And if you're at the same level as me or higher, I'm happy to have discussions on it. So.
Round three. Ready, go!
That Okizeme is nuts. Avocado meat, you're doing really good. I don't know how long you've been playing VF, but you have a really good flow. You have a good feel. Blacklord, thank you so much for the fine display and for joining us and having fun with everyone.
Home to Mama now.
All right. Have a good night. Enjoy the dinner. Enjoy the good food. You're doing really, really good, Avocado Meat. That's excellent. Are you streaming right now, Avocado Meat? Should I just raid you? I should probably just raid Avocado Meat.
Round one. Ready, go!
Well, I'll leave the stream on because I gotta go. But in the future, I will be very happy to raid you, Avocado Meat. Or let's do that. Let's promote your channel. Go ahead and pop your stream on, and I'll raid you.
Round 2. Ready, go!
We do support each other. So this community supports each other a lot.
Knockout. Round 3.
Paul, 100%. Paul has supported so many people during his ongoing VF journey. So I appreciate you so much, Paul.
Knockout.
See if Avocado Meat has started the stream yet. Because I really gotta go. My family's starting to ask. Okay.
Knockout. Round 5. Ready, go!
And everybody definitely follow Avocado Meat. And it's Avocado Meat TV.
Mission accomplished. I'll show you in combat some.
Round 1. Ready, go! Knockout. Round 2. Ready, go!
So I do gotta go now. No pressure, Avocado Meat. Everybody look at Avocado Meat TV, all one word. You can see them on the Twitch chat. So follow them, please. Tap on their name. And when they stream, go ahead and check out their stream, okay? No pressure for you to stream tonight, but if you do want to, just let everyone know. And you all keep having awesome battles. I'll leave the stream on. But I just want you all to know that I appreciate you all. And I am going to go take my kids out to the park. Okay, awesome. Let's do the raid now. We appreciate you, Avocado Meat. Maybe it's under a different name.
Round 1.
Actually, I should start up again. Let's just go here. Stream manager now. Twitch is always funny like this. There it is. Here we go. We're gonna raid.
Round 2. Ready, go!
Alright, looks like we got almost all 9. Yep. Oh, my pleasure. Alright, everybody follow Avocado Meat.